It is a gorgeous mountain.
It is.
It is a gorgeous day. Decided to stay home instead of work from the office because I get to look at the, right out here to my right, I get to look at the peaks and it's just so gorgeous. I know you too. It's just, my background screen is what I see when I look to the right.
Yeah, I kind of actually, while we sit here and have these meetings, say a storm's coming in, I kind of watch the clouds. Like, I'm facing north, but I watch the clouds that creep in from the west, southwest. And it's like, okay, I think the trees is somewhere over there. Is that cloud over top of her? And to the east, I can look through a window and look to the east a little bit and say, it might be over Geronimo right now.
Yeah, Geronimo's just to my right.
Okay, we are live streaming now. Everybody bear with me. I don't have Nico today. So I'm slowly moving people over and figuring out the stream.
Is Lena going to be with us today?
Yep.
I believe, yes, she does plan to be with us.
Yes. Yeah, I had a chance to just catch up with her this morning. She said she was going to be there. Just check in. I haven't talked to her in a while. Just say, how you doing?
Welcome, Miss House. Do you want to check your audio or your microphone?
Yes. Thank you.
Are you there?
Can you hear me?
Oh, there we go. I can hear you.
Okay.
Thanks for joining us this morning, Councilwoman.
Absolutely. Thanks for having me.
Oh,
Thank you, Chair House, for joining us.
Hi, Brian. Good morning.
Hi. Good morning. Let me get my video off here. There we go. Hi, Chair House. Good to see you.
Good morning, Lindsay. Is my sound okay?
Yes, I can hear you, Sue. I just can't see you. Oh, there you are. Okay.
Thank you.
Steve, your sound is not okay. So leave and come back. Bye.
this is how he starts every meeting. You'd think he would get over the joke, right?
Good morning. Can you hear me okay? Great.
Loud and
Sound
clear.
good, Lucinda.
Thank you.
Okay, boss.
Can you hear me now? Darn, I was gonna go home sick.
Yay.
I was gonna go home sick, but anyway. It's always the first meeting of the day that comes out weird. I don't know why. It's my morning voice.
I think it is. Guess we have a couple more minutes. I see we're still missing Lena. And I know Judy is not going to join us today.
Just a thought, since our meetings are typically 10, might want to give a reminder to Lena. And she has a new assistant, so they might.
Will do.
Madam Chair,
Yes,
under public comment, I would like to say a few comments and probably other board members regarding our staff efforts during the snow week that we've had. So just listing just quickly. I know there's a lot of folks, but just want to acknowledge a lot of efforts from a lot of different departments, including Public Works, but if I could, and then others can join in too.
I think we need to give them a key to the county for all the work they've done.
Still do.
Do we have a
They've
key
got,
to the
they've
county?
got the keys for the county.
Good point,
For,
Lucinda.
for all the equipment, thankfully.
Yeah, everybody,
And they know how to use them well.
all the jurisdictions, city aid, all of this. It's been-
Yeah.
it's been
That's
Yeah.
true. It's
Big
been
effort.
a big
The
effort.
City of Flag's done a great job, and
So Chair, if you want to go ahead and lead that off, and then, that might be something that you want to lead off that that comment. Thank you.
Chair, I just heard from Supervisor Fowler and she's sick. So I'm not sure she's gonna make it.
we'll go ahead and start. If she's feeling up to it, she hopefully can join us.
Okay.
I see we do have a quorum. And so, let me see, it's time. So good morning, everyone. And thank you for being with us on this wonderful and beautiful snowy Flagstaff and Coconino County Day. And again, we're going to have a more specific shout out, but a big shout out to all of the folks that who have from the city, the county, and others that have really worked to clear our streets and keep us moving. So, and I'd also like just to indicate, ask all of you to keep Supervisor Gay and her family in your prayers. She's not going to be able to join us this morning. And today is a great day. Thank you all for being with us. Our first order of business is call to order. My name is Patrice Horseman. I am the supervisor for District 1 and also the chair of the board. District number 2.
Good morning, everyone. My name is Jeronimo Vasquez. I'm Supervisor, District 2 and current Vice Chair.
District 3.
Good morning, everybody. Matt Ryan, from District 3, the center of the county. There
Yeah,
you go.
center of the county, and where most of our liquor license hearings are coming from. So, and so we'll see in District 3 when this is over. So
The economy.
and District 4, as I indicated, Supervisor Begay has family matters and will not be joining us. District 5, we heard that Lena Fowler is ill this morning. We hope she'll be able to join us a little later. And with that, we do have a quorum, right, Lindsay? And so we will move forward. And our next order of business is to honor our country through the Pledge of Allegiance. Our clerk will put up the pledge and the flag. And for those that can, please stand and join us on honoring our country. I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
Chair Horseman, Supervisor Fowler is here.
Very good. Thank you for joining us this morning, Supervisor Fowler. All right, we're moving on, and we have a call to the public. This is the time, members of the public, where you can address the governing board on issues not on the agenda. If you have comments, concerns, questions, et cetera, that you would like to address the board on, now is the time. We ask you to keep your comments to 3 minutes. And of course, this is a public meeting, and so we ask you to remain respectful. Before we go to our clerk to tell everyone how you can join us from the public, I have been asked by our county manager for an in-house call to the public, if you will, as I indicated earlier, to really recognize the extraordinary efforts that have been made by our street crews from all of the jurisdiction here throughout Coconino County and our municipalities to keep our streets open with this unbelievable snowfall that we've been having. I guess we're number 3 now. We're in the history books for number 3 in snowfalls for January. Truly is a winter wonderland, but it's not without risks, and it's not without a lot of work in order to keep our streets open. So with that, I'm going to turn this over to our county manager.
Thank you, Madam Chair. As you all, and we've all experienced for the last week, it's been the 3rd snowiest January on record. The impact, of course, to the county and residents and businesses is vast, given transportation and accessibility. And of course, want to call out the good efforts of several departments of the county. Public Works, of course, with clearing roads in various locations throughout the county. And of course, our colleagues with City of Flagstaff, Department of Transportation, and other providers. Also, in addition to Public Works, the work of facilities management and keeping our buildings open and our parking lots every day for most days for the last week. Plus, we've had a 5:15 call in the morning to talk with not only the county, but the city, ADOT, the National Weather Service, Flag Unified, CCC, NAU. So we do a 5:15 a.m. huddle. And one of the questions that we ask about is, are lots and buildings ready to go? And so I want to recognize facilities management. Also, emergency management, we have heard, they've been phenomenal in connecting, sending out raves, posting, et cetera. So that good work on the part of emergency management has been excellent. And of course, communications with regard to social media and pushing out information to our employees as well as residents. And then also the Sheriff's Department. Of course, our folks have been out on the roads, patrolling, helping a lot of folks that have, slid off the roads, et cetera. So our deputies and the Sheriff's Department and others, there are all of us here at the county. It's, again, snow is a family affair here. We're all involved in it, but I just want to recognize our employees for all the excellent work that they've done this past week and
Absolutely.
So thank you.
Any other comments on that from members of the board? Vice Chair?
Oh, I was just going to say thank you to all the public servants that have been out there tirelessly. I know that I got tired just from shoveling snow, and so I can only imagine those that are out there plowing, but also the staff and facilities that are out there shoveling the sidewalks of our different buildings and whatnot. Thank you for all your hard work to make sure that it's safe for us to be able to be out and about.
Thanks, Vice Chair.
Yeah, if I may, Madam
Supervisor
Chair.
Ryan. Yeah.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Actually, in following up on everybody's recognition, this has really been a test for everybody. Shovel, shovel, shovel. Okay, I'm done. Okay, let's start all over. I did have an opportunity to go out to Mines Park, Mountain Air, and Coconino. That's really a substantial amount of snow, even more so than inside the city itself. And they're down to single lane. It's kind of like a Scottish countryside where you see the rock walls and a vehicle has to back up to allow the other vehicle to drive forward. But one thing to note, just our people, that they've been helping each other quite a bit out there. Really appreciate everybody being patient. And it brings us back to those days of it's just not like you can hop in a vehicle and get on the road. We have to shelter in place and wait for the storm to go through. But I know, I've gotten a lot of calls from emergency management, as Steve had noted. Lost electricity in some of the communities, such as Mines Park. Lost some water for a while in Mountain Air, but people were very patient, worked through it. And then our partners all worked together, and really is showing our community's been patient. It's been hard, but everybody's hanging in there, and it's just acknowledging how much our staff has worked really hard round the clock. They were getting fatigued. Fortunately, we have a break now, and I don't think we're out of it yet. We have a week. It'll help everybody. But I'm glad, Steve, that you asked that we take a moment to recognize everybody for this. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Absolutely.
Madam Chair.
Yeah, Supervisor Fowler.
Thank you, Madam Chair, and thanks to everyone. Just this emergency is across the county, and on Navajo, I know that our public works have been working in shifts and to clear roads, and now with the sunshine, it's probably going to all turn into mud. So we'll be dealing with mud here now. But I just want to appreciate all the everyone that's been trying to help communities out there. Thanks so much, Madam Chair.
Yes, thank you, Supervisor Fowler. By the way, I was talking to the superintendent of the Grand Canyon National Park, and I guess they got 7 feet in your district, Supervisor Fowler, there over in the north rim of the canyon. So lots of snow out there, and I can hear our forests singing now. I think they're enjoying the moisture.
Yeah, and we're trying to get ADOT to clear that highway. You and I received an email on that. So, all right, thank you.
Thank you, Supervisor Fowler. All right, then we're going to move on. This is called to the public, and this is the time, members of the public, for you to join us and make any comments or anything you might have here to address the board on matters not on the agenda. And with that, I'm going to turn this over to our clerk, Lindsay Daly, so she can explain how you can join us here at our meeting. So, Lindsay.
Thank you, Chair Horstman. At this time, if anyone would like to make a public comment, you can hit the raise hand icon that will appear at the bottom of your screen if you hover towards the bottom, and it's a hand. So it looks like a hand. If you click on that, that will raise your hand and notify us that you would like to speak. If you've joined by telephone, you can hit *9, and that will raise your hand and notify us that you would like to speak.
Now is the time, members of the public. We look forward to hearing from you.
And we have no hands raised yet.
All right.
Oh, there's a hand.
Okay, very good. Thank you.
Right. Looks like Rachel Drummond. I'm going to go ahead and allow you to talk if you want to go ahead and unmute.
Thank you so much, and thank you all for today's meeting, preparing the agenda, and all the hard work you guys have been doing over the last 2 weeks, as you've mentioned. I am an STR member or STR owner in Munns Park. I know that's on the agenda for today, but that's not why I'm mentioning it. I'm mentioning it because of what District Supervisor Matt mentioned regarding what we experienced over the last week in Munns Park. And this is just a thought. I don't know if this has already been brought up. Chances are it has. We have a strong advocate here in the park. Her name's Allison Tiffany. She's really been advocating hard for our seniors, disabled, and low-income residents. Last week was really hard on a lot of them, mainly because they couldn't get out of their homes. They couldn't shovel a path for propane to be delivered. We had multiple people out of propane, whether it was AmeriGas or whomever, that couldn't reach the propane tank. A lot of people without heat for multiple days. Our STR community came together and offered our homes to those residents while they were vacant. But what I'm getting at is just the actual I feel like that's an urgent emergency situation. If we have somebody elderly, sick, we had somebody who needed to get on their diet to get to their dialysis appointment. They couldn't get out of their home. Berms that were 5 feet tall. Where I'm getting at with this is there an emergency line that can be created for these types of individuals? That way, maybe the county is alerted when this happens, that the community can get involved, but we don't have a list of who these individuals are. We're trying, and it's difficult to get that created, right? So we don't know when this is happening. And the majority of these people are not tech savvy. Again, they're elderly or seniors, disabled, etc. I'm just wondering for future instances when this is sure to happen again. And I know, excuse me, I know that the berms are our responsibility as residents. But we just had so many issues with it last week that I'm just wondering if there can be an emergency line put in place, and then maybe a community leader is reached when this is happening, or we can get them some services out to get it taken care of. So just a thought.
Thank you, Rachel, for joining us this morning and for your comments. Since this isn't a matter that's on our agenda, we cannot address it. However, I think you raised some important, very, very important points and some suggestions. And so with that, I'll turn that over to the county manager for future review.
Sure.
And I know Supervisor Ryan probably agrees with that. So
Thank you, Madam Chair. We will follow up with the resident on that. We do coordinate a lot of our communications through the fire district and emergency management, but we'll continue those efforts and report back to the board on anything that we can do to continue to assist the community. But thank you.
thank you. And thank you again, Rachel, for joining us this morning. Members of the public, any other comments, questions, concerns you'd like to raise? Now is the time.
Again, you can hit the raise hand icon at the bottom of your screen. Okay, I have no hands raised, Chair.
All right, thank you very much, Lindsay. And we are going to move on then with our agenda. And our next order of business is a proclamation. And I see that we have Chair and Congresswoman, I just promoted you, and Council Member House. I don't know if that's a promotion, to be honest with you. Council Member House is going to be here on this proclamation. I'm going to turn this over to Erica Philpott for introduction of this item, and look forward to hearing this proclamation. So Erica, good morning.
Good morning, Chair Horseman, members of the board. Happy to be with you this morning, and very happy to have Councilmember House with us as well. So this morning, the Diversity Committee is proud to bring forward for your review and consideration a proclamation designating February as Black History Month at Coconino County, which is a proclamation that we have brought forward in previous years as well. So this year, Councilmember House will read the proclamation, and then I will share some of the events that we have planned. And I know Councilmember House will also love to speak about the African Diaspora Advisory Council's art and essay contest, I'm certain. So with that, I will turn it over to her.
Thank you.
Very much. Can you all hear me okay?
We can. Thank you. Thank you for being with us.
Absolutely. Yes, it's my honor to be here to read the proclamation. I'll just share that I am here in my capacity as the chair for the African Diaspora Advisory Council, and not in my capacity as a council member, but it is absolutely my honor to be here today. Whereas the Coconino County Board of Supervisors joins people across the country in recognizing February 2023 as National Black History Month, inclusive of all, as recognized in the African diaspora, and whereas Coconino County recognizes the rich and diverse history of the African diaspora, a people who helped shape continents all over the world, a people who became and continue to be contributors and influencers of the history, language, culture, and the achievements of the United States, and whereas Black History Month is an opportunity to reflect and honor the many courageous and resilient women and men of the African diaspora who fought against discrimination to improve the lives of others and their descendants. And whereas we honor the sacrifice of the African diaspora individuals who served and presently serve in the United States military, as African Americans have served in the United States Armed Forces with valor, distinction, and bravery during every major military conflict since the American Revolution, even in times of enslavement and segregation, dating back to Crispus Attucks. a member of the African diaspora who was the first man to die in the Boston Massacre and events leading to the American Revolution. And whereas we remember and reflect upon the many accomplishments, courage and vision of African diaspora individuals, the large and small contributions by individuals who overcame immense challenge and obstacles to positively improve this country in innovation, civil rights, science, education, arts, and public service. And whereas in 1926, Dr. Carter G. Woodson and the Association for the Study of African American Life and History sponsored a National Negro History Week, choosing the second week of February to coincide with the birthdays of Frederick Douglass and Abraham Lincoln, which officially became Black History Month in 1976. And whereas Dr. Taya Miles, author, historian, and professor of history at Harvard University states, we find a codex for survival buried in this country's dark history of racial slavery, a testament to the courage that is possible amid change, and a soft blueprint of hope in this month when we commemorate the miracle that is Black history. And whereas the 2023 theme for the Coconino County African Diaspora Advisory Council's Black History Month Essay and Art Contest for grades K through 12 students is Black Examples of Courage and Resilience. And whereas Black History Month is a time for all Americans to remember the courage, resilience, stories, and teachings of those who helped build our nation, and for those who continue to strive to fight for freedoms, stand against prejudice, advance the cause of civil rights, and strengthen families, communities, and our nation. And whereas the Coconino County Board of Supervisors supports and engages with the African diaspora communities in our cities and state, in collaboration with the African Diaspora Advisory Council to involve its residents on issues that impact our communities. And whereas we are proud of the countless contributions of African diaspora communities and individuals in Coconino County and throughout this nation, this month, and all throughout the year, we urge our residents to celebrate that heritage and continue to advocate for equality and opportunity for all. And therefore, be it resolved in the spirit of celebrating and honoring the positive contributions of all people of the African diaspora in our nation, county, and society, we do hereby recognize February 2023 as National Black History Month and call upon all residents to reflect on and embrace the diversity that strengthens us.
Thank you very much for that proclamation. And Erica, do you have anything you would like to add? And I know that Chair House does have some additions that she wants. And then I'll turn this over to the board for comments. So anything you might have, Erica?
Sure. Thank you, Chair Horstman. I definitely have a few events that I want to share. So prior to COVID, we usually celebrated Black History Month with an event at Harkins Theaters. And I'm proud to say that the Diversity Committee is bringing that back this year. And so on Saturday, February 11th at 11 a.m., we will be having an event at Harkins to watch the movie Devotion. And so employees who want to join us for that event will need to email Dana Grisbicki, who is here in Human Resources, to obtain tickets to that. So very excited to bring that back, as well as have a few opportunities to have some long valued partners speak as well. Bernadine Lewis is going to join us from NAU. Franklin Willis is going to do a presentation on art and community. And then we have several recorded Zoom lunch and learns that we'll be doing. One from the National Museum of African American History and Culture, which is a career conversation with Dr. Jessica Watkins, who joined the NASA astronaut program in 2017. And she may become the first woman to walk on the lunar surface. So that's a really interesting recording of her and her career and how she joined NASA. So that's exciting. And we'll also see a History Channel presentation on the Tuskegee Airmen dogfights. The United States Memorial Holocaust Museum has a presentation we'll be watching on Black artists under Nazi persecution, which is very informative. And then we'll also be watching a presentation on Frederick Douglass. So lots of different events throughout the month that we hope employees will be able to join us for. Thank you,
Wow.
Chair.
Yeah, thank you. So, and maybe what we should do is ask board members to at this time make their presentation, and we'll have Chair House close it out. So any members of the board, Vice Chair Vasquez.
Yes, thank you. Thank you, Chair House, for bringing this proclamation to us, and the Diversity Council for doing so. Really appreciate the opportunity to recognize all the great contributions of African Americans to American society, but also to Flagstaff's local history and all the great things done through the lumberjacks and other contributions to the development of Flagstaff as a community. And so it's really important that we take this time and recognize different diversity. And February is the month that we recognize African-American contributions. And so I just want to encourage the community to really get out and participate in these different events, because it's a great opportunity to learn about parts of history that sometimes got overlooked over the years. And so now is an opportunity to learn a more complete history so that we can fully recognize the contributions of all our different community members here in Coconino County. Thank you.
Thank you, Vice Chair. Other comments? Supervisor Ryan.
Madam Chair, thank you. And as always, I want to thank Kara and the ADAC committee, the African Diaspora Advisory Committee, for their work as they help us in celebrating our diversity, our cultures in Coconino County. Very important aspect of our mission statement. We celebrate our cultures and many people that we have within Coconino County. And so a special month to really pause and recognize our African American community. Along with this, as we're doing it, we're always encouraging people to become a part of our African American advisory, the Diaspora Advisory Committee. I take this moment for anybody that's out there or anybody that's on the call right now to consider, or if you know of a neighbor that would like to become active and help us, that would help us very much. And thank you back to the committee, Kara, and thank you for helping us. And same goes for Hurricane staff. They put in a really informative events throughout the month, which will be good. Thank you.
Thanks. Other comments? Otherwise, I'll just state again, and thank you so much, Kara, for being here, and also Erica. It sounds like an incredible lineup of very important events, and love the idea of the movie, and hopefully I can get some tickets from you. And just, a reminder that our strength here in Coconino County is through our diversity. And, we all need to strive every single day against discrimination and bigotry and stand up for civil rights and human rights. We see that over and over again every single day when we are out in public or we lift up our newspapers. And thank you to ADAC for all that you do, all the enrichment that the African American community has brought to Flagstaff, Coconino County, obviously this country. So thank you again. Thank you for reading the proclamation. Very important and great events coming up. Really looking forward to that. All right. I always forget this, but I'm not anymore. I need a motion for the proclamation. Do I have a motion?
So moved.
We have a motion to approve the proclamation designating February 2023 as Black History Month here in Coconino County. Do I have a second?
I'll second the motion, Madam Chair.
I have a second by Supervisor Ryan. All those in favor, please signify by saying aye. Aye. It is unanimous. And again, thank you so much, Chair House, for being with us, and Erica also for the great work you and your staff do as well to bring information, knowledge, and promotion to all of us here in Coconino County. Really appreciate. Thank you for being here today. We're moving on with our agenda. We have the consent agenda. Members of the public, this is consent agenda is list of items that can be enacted through one motion and one vote. These are usually administrative in nature, and they require no further discussion for the board. However, the board may sometimes want to remove an item from the consent agenda for individual discussion and an individual motion and vote. So at this time, members of the board, would you like to remove anything from our current consent agenda? And that would be items 2 through 12 on the agenda that's before us. Any removals? Vice Chair.
Yes, I'd like to remove items 4, 5, and 6, please.
4.
Items
5
4,
and
5,
6.
and 6.
Okay, anybody else?
Madam Chair, I want to remove all the rest of the items.
I know.
I'm just kidding, just kidding.
That's what I'm thinking. So, and I need to separate out, I'm going to ask to separate out 9 for a brief discussion, and also 11, because I get to appoint Sailor to the Community Advisory Action Board. So I want to remove item 11. So members of the board, we're going to have an abbreviated consent agenda because we are removing items 4, 5, 6, 9, and 11. And these are important removals, and I look forward to discussing them individually. So I was just kidding too. So members of the board, I would entertain a motion at this time to approve the consent agenda, and that would be items 2, 3, 7, 8, 10, and 12. Do I have a motion?
I'll move approval, Madam Chair. I was checking those numbers, and yes, that's my motion, Madam Chair.
All right. Thank you. Motion by Supervisor Ryan. Do I have a second?
Second.
Second by Vice Chair. All those in favor of accepting the consent agenda, excluding item 4, 5, 6, 9, and 11, please signify by saying aye.
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 It's unanimous. So we're going to go forward now, members of the board and members of the community, and we're going to take those items that were removed individually. Item number 4 is consideration of possible action to approve a budget adjustment of funding in the amount of $1,514 from District 2 Community Initiative Funds to the Coconino County Parks and Recreation Department for permit 7718 for the Youth Climate Action Summit event, an important event, held in partnership with Willow Bend, City of Flagstaff Sustainability Section, County Sustainability Building Program, and Repowering Schools. And as a Vice Chair, you asked for the removal, so I'm going to turn this to you.
Thank you, Chair Horstman. So it's my great pleasure to be able to use some CI funds to help support this project for Willow Bend, which is in District 2, and excited to see how we can move forward with this partnership. And so we have Moran online from Willow Bend, and so I'd like to hand the floor over to her. Thank you.
Thank you for joining us this morning.
Good morning. It's so wonderful to see you all. Wish we could be in person, but this is second best. I just wanted to thank you for approving these funds. This does put the Board of Supervisors as a sponsor for the event, and we're really excited about it. And so I just want to briefly, I know you're on a tight schedule, but just briefly let you know that this is an annual event that promotes climate literacy and climate solution seeking from county students. It's actually open to the entire state, and we do receive federal funding as well as corporate funding to provide teachers with scholarships to come up here. We're conducting a very similar event down in Florence, Arizona, on February 17th. So probably a lot of our down south neighbors will attend that one, but we did invite them up here. So hopefully it can be a state collaboration and put sort of Coconino County on the map for renewable energy and climate mitigation solutions. So everybody is invited, of course, anybody from the board or anybody from staff. It's going to be on April 4th at Fort Tuthill from 9 a.m. to 2 p.m. And again, this is an annual event, so we look forward to a successful one. In the past 2 years, we had to do it virtual, which unfortunately was not as exciting for the students as this one will be. So we're looking forward to it. And if I'm allowed, I would love to share some pictures and potentially a video after the event.
Very good.
Great, thank you.
Appreciate you being with us, Moan, and I take it this has been fully funded. Is that correct, Vice Chair?
I believe so, yes.
Very good. All right. So thank you, Vice Chair, and such an important event. And we look forward to April 4th and look forward to joining you out there. Any other comments? Otherwise, at this time, I'd entertain a motion.
So moved.
A motion by Vice Chair. Do I have a second?
I'll second the motion and say hello to Maura in the meantime. Look forward to it. Thank you.
All right, thank you so much. We have a motion and a second for District 2 CI monies for the Youth Climate Action Summit event held in partnership with Willow Bend, City of Flagstaff Sustainability Section and County Sustainability Program and Repowering Schools. So we have a motion and a second. All those in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? It is unanimous. So thank you, Vice Chair, for that. And Moan, thank you for being with us. And I think you're going to stay with us because I look at number 5.
You got another
Number
one
5.
more.
Consideration and possible action to approve $4,040 from District 2 Community Initiative Funds to the Willow Bend Environmental Education Center for outreach, materials, supplies, print handouts, and support planning for the free monthly Science Saturday events, and approve the corresponding funding agreement. Again, I'm going to turn this to you, Vice Chair.
Thank you. Well, as everybody knows, my background is in education, and so I really love to support different events that help support educating our community, especially our young people, on the importance of different science opportunities and the importance of our environment. And that's what makes Willow Bend such a special place. And so when it was this opportunity to help support these efforts, I wanted to really support these efforts in a meaningful way. And one of my frustrations over the last 2 years as supervisor has been all the roadblocks that we've had trying to get to CI funds to sponsor different events or sponsor different community efforts. And so it's my great pleasure to be able to be here today to finally be here and support this effort by Willow Bend. So again, I'll hand it over to Moran.
Thank you so much, Supervisor Vasquez and the board. We're super excited. This is probably one of our favorite community events because it is offered free to the public. For those of you who don't know, Willow Bend is located in the Liz Archuleta Park near the Brannan Homes South Side Boys and Girls Club. And so not only do we, of course, serve the entire community, we're especially excited to serve our neighbors who often don't have access to such programming. Science Saturday is hosted on the first Saturday of every month from 9:30 to 11:30. And each month is a different theme. So it is staffed by Willow Bend, but we also have guest speakers and guest experts. And for a lot of families, this is perhaps a unique opportunity to experience, again, science and environmental hands-on activities. So each month is different. For example, with this funding, in February, we're able to partner with Lowell Observatory and celebrate the I Heart Pluto month. In March, we're doing, it's Archaeology Month. So we're celebrating with visiting archaeologists and hands-on archaeology activities. April, because of Earth Day, we are doing renewable energy and waste reduction. So each month is a different theme and it's really exciting. And families can come and engage in different hands-on activities or guest speakers, guest experts. And for a lot of the families, this is their first opportunity often to meet an ornithologist or meet a wildlife biologist or an archaeologist. So it also expands, in our experience, it expands young students and young kids sort of world by exposing them to different professions and different topics out there. So we are super excited. This will fund it for 12 months starting in January. So we just had our January one. And we look forward again to inviting everybody is welcome. It is an open event, no RSVP needed, 9:30 to 11:30 on the first Saturday of every month. So thank you so much for your support. It really does go a long way. And again, I look forward to reporting at the end of the cycle to our impact. So thank you for your partnership.
Thank you for all
very
your
much.
efforts.
Yeah.
And I wish I could stay, but I'm actually going to teach Cromer School about renewable energy. So I'll log off unless there are any questions for me.
Thank you, important, and thank you for your important work that you do here for our community in Coconino County. And so pleased to see you with us this morning. Thanks for the information.
Thank you so much. Thanks to the board and thank you again. Bye-bye.
All right, so Vice Chair, this is you again, District 2, and thank you for your leadership on this. Really appreciate it. It's so important for our community. So I'd entertain a motion here.
So moved.
All right, we do have a motion for $4,040 from District 2 for the Willow Bend Environmental Education Center for materials for the free monthly Science Saturday events. Do I have a second?
And that's item 5. So I'll second that motion, Madam
All
Chair.
right, very good. And second by Supervisor Ryan. All those in favor signify by saying aye.
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 It is unanimous.
Aye.
There it is. Thank you, Supervisor Fowler. So it's unanimous. So we're moving on to 6. This again is District 2. Consideration of possible action to approve $5,000 from District 2 Community Initiative Funds to the Literacy Center for volunteer training for the youth and family literacy programs here in Coconino County, specifically the Raising Readers program, and approving the corresponding funding agreement. And again, I'm going to turn this to Vice Chair Vasquez.
Thank you. Well, as I said before, I'm really a proponent of education, and this is a great program. The Literacy Center has done such great work in the community, helping raising literacy. Literacy is such an important tool to help folks make advances in their lives and improve their standard of living. And so it's so important that we get our young people starting to read early. Unfortunately, one of the side effects of so much technology is some of our folks don't like to read as much. I know with my children, I struggle getting them to read. And so, you know, these programs are crucial to keep that love for literacy alive. And so I'm really excited to help support this program and excited that we finally got here as well across the finish line to be able to fund this through a CI project. And we have Amanda Black here from the Literacy Center, and I'd like to hand it over to her. Thank you.
Very good. Thank you. Thanks for being with us, Amanda.
Yeah, thank you for having me. Can everybody hear me?
Yes.
Great. Yeah, so I guess I'll just give a little background about Raising Readers and how it started and our plan for where it's going to go. So we actually we tried to begin Raising Readers right before COVID hit. And it's a tier 3 reading intervention that's intensive, designed for kindergartners through 2nd graders. And the goal is to help with phonological awareness and the alphabetic principles so that they hit their critical reading benchmark by the 3rd grade. Read On Arizona has determined, and many other states in the United States have determined, that 3rd grade is a critical period for reading. And if students aren't where they need to be by 3rd grade, it has a detrimental effect on all educational aspects thereafter. Science, math, absolutely everything requires those, foundational reading skills. Of course, COVID, caused a little bit of a hiccup in that program, but after COVID, we started again, and it has been really, really successful since then. We were able to expand into 4 schools this year. We started in 1, we went to 2 that year post-COVID. We're in 4 this year, and we have a lot more schools that just need these services. We've had a 98% success rate with the students that are in the program. They don't need to go into the program for more than a year. They're out of it and they're at or above their reading benchmarks in most cases. So we'd like to extend this program to even more schools. We're in talks with Killip currently. They just opened, so that's why, even though they're our neighbors, that's why we're not there yet. We'd really love to eventually get to Loop, Cromer, Puente de Ojo, which is also right near us. We'd like to reach all schools, and so that's kind of what this proposal is about, helping us get there.
Thank you, Amanda. Really appreciate it. Thank you for being with us this morning and giving us an update on the great work that the Literacy Center is doing. Really appreciate it.
Thank you for having me.
So Vice Chair, I'm going to turn this over to you for that motion.
All right. A motion that we consider approving $5,000 of District 2 Community Initiative funds to the Literacy Center for volunteer training for the Youth and Family Literacy Project in Coconino County, specifically the Raising Readers program, and approve the corresponding funding agreement.
Thank you. Do I have a second?
I'll second the motion, Madam Chair.
Very good. Second by Supervisor Ryan. All those in favor signify by saying aye. Aye.
Aye.
Aye.
And we have Supervisor Fowler. Did we lose her? Oh, no, she's there. Okay. Supervisor Fowler. All right, it passes. So thank you so much. And Amanda, thank you for being with us. By the way, Vice Chair, does this fully fund the program?
I don't know. That would be a question for Amanda.
It does not fully fund the program, but it will help get the funding completely funded. We have some funding approved from ACF that will have the program entirely funded. So we should be able to hit all of these by next year.
That's what we like to hear. Thank you, Amanda, very much. Thanks for being with us. All right, we're moving on to other items. This is number 9, and this is consideration and possible action to create a new flood control district match funds with funds transferable and a commitment of $12 million to be used strictly for flood control district flood project match and ineligible costs over the next 4 years or upon completion of the federal program's award period. And Siri, I asked to remove this, and I know we're going to be talking about this later quite a bit this afternoon. And so I just wanted you to explain what this really is, so it's clear what we're creating here and why.
Great. Thank you, Chair Horstman and members of the board. So just as a reminder, we did talk about this at our last flood control district meeting as one of the solutions to help with the federal match that we have forthcoming for the projects in the pipeline tunnel area. So as a reminder, the county also received $12 million under the American Rescue Plan Act for any governmental purpose other than lobbying. This is under the Local Assistance and Tribal Consistency Fund. So we've also referred to it as the Wyden dollars. So $12 million that we can use for any governmental purpose. So the mechanism being recommended today under this action item is for the county to report our general government expenditures under these funds, essentially freeing them up from the general fund so we can create a committed fund with those $12 million to be set aside during the duration of the flood control district projects. Setting those aside or committing them makes them then available for match so that we've satisfied sort of our requirement organizationally to have match funds available for use on these projects, but it doesn't require us necessarily to dip into them for that purpose. And so it's all a part of the management of the flood control district and the resources available along with the loan and the repayment of the loan. The district may need all 12 million, they may need only some portion of this 12 million, but by setting it aside, it guarantees that it's available for that purpose. The nice thing about also doing it through the committed fund is that then upon completion of the flood control district projects, any remaining balance can then be uncommitted by the board and can revert back to the general fund again for any government purpose. So it gives us sort of the maximum flexibility with these dollars while still having them reserved for the needs of the flood control district, but not necessarily putting them in the flood control district, because by doing that, unless we had some sort of loan payment schedule, they would become flood control district dollars and then lose that sort of general flexibility element to them. So the request is that the board create this committed fund for this purpose that will direct staff with the appropriate use of these dollars. And then again, they can't be used for any other purpose unless the board chooses to change the commitment or uncommit them.
Very good. Siri, any questions or comments from members of the board? Supervisor Ryan?
Yeah, I'll just follow up as we did last week when it was introduced to us. I think it was last week or 2 weeks ago. This is wise management of funds that have come in. It does create the opportunity for versatility, but to really put the funds where they need to go right away as well. And so, I compliment Siri and Lucinda working together on this to create this opportunity. Thanks, Madam Chair.
Thank you very much. Other comments? I'll make just one brief one. We will be talking this afternoon about basically funding needs, et cetera, for the Schultz Pipeline long-term mitigation projects. And this does obviously play into that. And I'd like to point out that we are in a unique position here in Coconino County and for other places across the country. The ARPA funding and us being able to receive the Wyden Amendment funding, which we weren't expecting, has put us in a different financial capability than we would have been, quite frankly. And it couldn't have come at a better time given the emergencies that we've faced and the floods and the wildfires and the floods we faced this last summer. So this is a fiscally responsible measure for us to keep control and track of our federal project matching funds as we move forward here for our long-term mitigation efforts for our flood control district. So thank you, Siri. I think this is a excellent way to proceed, and we appreciate you bringing this for our consideration. Any other comments or questions from members of the board?
No, I just wanted to say that I think that this is a great opportunity. It allows us to put some money aside for these projects and have them available without causing any damage directly to our general fund. And so I think it's a good way to put this money aside and have it ready and safely available for when the projects are ready. So good job.
Thank you. All right. Any other comments? Seeing none, I would entertain a motion for creation of the new flood control district match fund with a funds transfer and a commitment of 12 million to be used, strictly for flood control district federal project match and ineligible costs over the next 4 years or upon completion of the federal project award period. Do I have a motion?
Madam Chair, you've captured everything with the intent. In reading that, I'll move that for approval.
Thank you, Supervisor Ryan. Do I have a second?
Second.
Second by Vice Chair. All those in favor signify by saying aye.
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 It is unanimous. We're moving forward, and this one is number 11, and this comes from District 1. And this is a consideration and possible action to appoint Sailor Cottle to serve on behalf of Supervisor Horstman's District 1 to the Community Action Advisory Board for a 2-year term expiring on January 2025. And I know Sailor's with us. She's up, or they are up, and I really appreciate it. Great to see you, Sailor, this morning. And before we entertain the motion, I just want to say I've had the good fortune of knowing and getting to know Sailor over many years. Pam Fody, who was a longtime Parks and Recreation Commissioner for Coconino County in the state, was a good friend. And I know that Sailor and Pam had many outdoor activities together, and their adventures and exploits are well known across Coconino County. Sailor's also has a strong background in helping others. I think many of us have worked with Sailor during her work with the Red Cross, and she's always extended herself to Sailor's always extended to emergency responses, food banks, gathering toys for kids. I know she has worked with Supervisor Begay for veterans outreach. Sailor just shows up. So it's my pleasure that we support Sailor and continue to have her advocate on behalf of Coconino County for the Community Action Advisory Board. And so appreciate you being with us, Sailor. So appreciate what you do for Coconino County. And I personally am so pleased to be able to put your name forward for the Community Action Advisory Board. Really, really appreciate all of the work you do for us, Sailor.
Thank you so much.
What I'm going to do before I have Sailor address us is I'm going to do a motion because I always forget. So we're going to make sure we get the motion in first to appoint Sailor to the Community Action Advisory Board for a 2-year term. And then Sailor, if you wouldn't mind addressing us.
Sure.
So at this point, can I get a motion to appoint Sailor to the Community Action Advisory Board for a 2-year term?
So moved.
Madam Chair, on your behalf, I'll second that one.
I love that. And I love both of you coming forward for this motion on behalf of Coconino County and District 1. All those in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Aye. And I think it's again unanimous. So Sailor, thank you for being with us this morning. I know how busy you are and appreciate your willingness to serve and continuing your advocacy for Coconino County. So please feel free to address us this morning.
Yeah, sure. Thank you so much, Chair Horseman, and thank you to all the other supervisors present. And it's really great to see familiar faces, and I'm really grateful to be here on the day where Juan from Willow Bend and the folks from the Literacy Center are getting the support from Coconino County. That makes me extremely excited. Fans of both programs. Worked with them for a bit when I worked for AmeriCorps. And we have members there in both of those locations, or at least we used to. It's been a while since I worked for NAU. I currently work for the Red Cross, though I'm showing up today as just as an individual to be present on that committee. And I'm really grateful to have spent a few years on the area plan committee, and hopefully for Donny Park for the area plan, Timberline, Fernwood. Really grateful that we might be wrapping that up soon. We'll see. That's to be continued, right? And so I was looking for another opportunity to serve in a more formal capacity. I do love to serve the community just as an individual, gathering folks up to do different things like Chair Horseman mentioned, but this is more of an official thing for me. And so I'm really grateful for the opportunity. Thank you so much. And I'm looking forward to serving.
All right, thank you. And thank you for your service. And just a reminder for all of the supervisors, you know, we are so lucky that we have volunteers from our community that are willing to come forward and help us with our advisory councils. And I know there are positions still to be filled. And I think it's important for each of us supervisors to see if we can get folks such as Sailor willing to come step forward and be part of the advocacy and work here for Coconino County. So as always, Sailor, I appreciate it. Stay safe. And I'm really glad you didn't go to the peaks last week when all that snow came in.
Yeah,
it really had me worried. So
yeah, me too. Thank you so much, Chair Horseman. Thank you, everyone.
Thank you very much. All right. Moving on. Members of the board, we are done with our consent agenda and the pullouts as Board of Supervisors, but we have some consent agenda items as we sit as other Board of Directors. So now I need to get a motion for us to resolve as a Health District Board of Directors. Do I have a motion?
So moved.
I have a motion by Supervisor Vice Chair Vasquez. And do I have a second?
I'll second, Madam Chair.
Second by Supervisor Ryan. I can count on you two. I really appreciate that. We are now, all those in favor of resolving as the Health District Board of Directors signify by saying aye.
Aye. Aye.
It is
Aye.
Unanimous. We are now the Health District Board of Directors. We are moving forward. We have two items on the consent agenda. They are before us. Do I, again, as I indicated, members of the public, these are items that are usually administrative in nature, and they can be decided through one motion and one vote, unless the board would like to remove an item from the consent agenda. Members of the board, do I hear any requests to remove an item from the consent agenda? Seeing none, at this point, I would entertain a motion to approve the consent agenda items 13 and 14.
So moved.
We have a motion to approve the consent agenda items 13 and 14 by Vice Chair. Do I have a second?
I'll second the motion, Madam Chair.
Second by Supervisor Ryan. All those in favor of approving consent agenda items 13 and 14, please signify by saying aye.
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 It is unanimous. Thank you very much. We now must resolve back as the Board of Supervisors. Do I have such a motion?
So moved.
Motion by Vice Chair. Do I have a second?
I'll second the motion.
Second by Supervisor Ryan. All those in favor of resolving back as the Board of Supervisors signify by saying aye. Aye.
Aye.
It is unanimous. We're now the Board of Supervisors again. And we have a discussion and possible action item, and I'm really looking forward to this. This is a presentation, discussion, and possible direction regarding the Flagstaff Ranger District of the Coconino National Forest proposed fire restriction changes that would limit camping, campfires, and motorized use in strategic areas of the district during certain times of the year when catastrophic wildfire risk is high. And I'm so pleased that we do get a presentation here to present to our community on some changes that are being recommended by the Forest Service. So I'm going to turn this over to County Manager, and I believe he's going to introduce the Forest Service.
You bet. Actually, Jay Smith is going to tee this up for us, but we do want to welcome our partners with the Forest Service to discuss. And the topic on the agenda is presentation, discussion, and possible direction regarding the Flagstaff Ranger District of the Coconino National Forest proposed fire restriction changes that would limit camping, campfires, and motorized use in strategic areas of the district during certain times of the year when catastrophic wildfire risk is high. So, Madam Chair, with your permission, I'll turn it over to Jay Smith to do the introductions.
Absolutely. Hi, Jay. Thanks for being with us this morning, and I look forward to hearing from you on this important issue.
Morning, Chair Horseman and members of the board. Yeah, just real quick, I'm not going to take much of Nick's time. Just wanted to introduce Nick as our Deputy District Ranger for the Flagstaff Ranger District with the Coconino National Forest. And as our board is they know the importance of this area, the Dry Lake Hills, Schultz Pass, the western slope of the peaks. You know, we've prioritized it in the work that we're trying to do in protecting that area from catastrophic wildfire through our forest restoration initiative. So, you know, just interested. I've heard Nick give this presentation and very well done and a lot of good information. So appreciate him taking the time.
Absolutely. Good morning, Nick. And as always, great to see you, and really looking forward to the information you're presenting. And certainly it has a great impact on us here in Coconino County. So thanks for being with us this morning. Nick, take it away.
Good morning, Chair Horseman, Vice Chair Vasquez, Supervisor Ryan, Supervisor Fowler. I appreciate your all's time today. Give me a second to get my presentation shared and I'll get going. Let me know if you can see that.
Yes, it's right now it's blank. It says he has to, there you go. It looks great right now.
I'm more Teams familiar, so thanks for the grace there this morning. But certainly want to chat with the board this morning on the discussion of, you know, going into next fire season, you know, what does the district have planned and how is that trying to address the risk of catastrophic wildfire to our communities and to our watersheds. So just to start out with, the district has an existing year-round camping and campfire closure around the city of Flagstaff, around Coconino Village, Fun Park, you know, Timberline, Fernwood. That's existing in place. It's been in place for a number of years. And so this is really looking at you know, what else can we do to impact outcomes during the kind of hotter, drier time of year. So we are focused on the issue of human-caused fire starts and really like trying to do a risk reduction strategy pointed at our larger fires, our more impactful fires that we have. You know, the challenge of stopping every fire is a little daunting. We're focused on human-caused starts, looking at those times a year when we have the worst amount of results. And so the district looking at three primarily tools that we can do to address this. You know, we already do a wide variety of mechanical treatments, those thinning operations. Historically, we've focused those south and west of town, given that our predominant wind direction is out of the southwest. If we had a fire coming into the main part of the community, it would come from that direction generally, given our wind patterns. but the district is now focused on the south and west part of the peaks. It makes sense to transition to that when it comes to our mechanical treatments. We have a variety of treatments planned in there, and we're even planning additional treatments in that particular area, realizing the importance it has to all of us. We generally follow those mechanical treatments with prescribed fire. Those are usually a few years out after our mechanical thinning treatments. When it comes to prescribed fire, what the district is focused on is really putting those prescribed fire pieces in place in the most important areas if we had a bad fire on a bad day. And so that means that, there will be smoke next to our communities. We need to have those close to town in order to have them have an impact in the event that we have a wildfire that threatens private property and residences. And so, the mechanical treatments and the prescribed fires, that impacts what happens after a fire starts. And the other component that we need to manage is fire starts in general, and that's dealing with people management. When it comes to the National Forest, how we can manage that is really looking at our rules and regulations. And so that's really the basis of the proposal that we have, that we're going to the community with now and discussing with you all today. So I just want to provide a little bit of history of across the district, looking at our fires that we've had over the years. This looks from 1971 to 2022. The orange lines across the top there are lightning caused starts in the district. This is looking at number of fires that we have on the Coconino National Forest. And the blue line being human caused starts. The Coconino is a bit of a unique forest in the fact that we have so many lightning starts. But you can kind of see that there's some trend downward there, looking from the 70s to now. I've not had the chance to really talk to the National Weather Service and get a sciencey reason of why that might be. But it's thought that kind of the decline of the monsoon season might explain some of the fewer lightning strikes that we're seeing. Human caused starts also kind of trending relatively in that same direction. And again, this is looking at number of starts, not acres that those fires have consumed. Looking at 2022, we had some of the fewest human caused starts on the forest of any year that we've got record for. But that two of them that we happen to have were catastrophic. And so that's kind of the focus on why do we need to look at human caused starts. So there's always a lot of discussion around our fire restrictions, and that's kind of what I want to get into now. And there's a variety of indices that we use, basically maximum temperature, minimum relative humidity, and then a variety of factors that look at if something catches on fire, how primed is that pump, for the fuels out there? How dry are they? How receptive to fire would they be? So when we talk about restrictions, we have a once a week call with the city, with the county folks, with the Kaibab National Forest, the Park Service, the Weather Service is there, variety of partners trying to be in lockstep in how we look at fire restrictions and how we go about implementing that. So there is the component of looking at these 1 hour, 10 hour, 100 hour, 1,000 hour fuels, as well as looking at some of the intangibles, which is getting that weather forecast from the National Weather Service, looking at what resources do we have locally available to deal with fire when we have starts. And then, what is the resistance to control? Kind of those microsite aspects of like, what are we seeing out on the ground and does that match up with our weather forecast? And then carrying that forward. So just to provide a little bit of overview of what does stage 1, stage 2, and stage 3 mean when we talk about fire restrictions. This is a national approach to stage 1, stage 2, and stage 3 that all national forests follow. Stage 1 means that as we get into this hotter, drier time of year, we don't allow campfires out on the forest, but they'd still be allowed in developed sites. So think your picnic tables, your camp posts, your metal fire rings, we'd still allow fires there in stage 1. And then propane stoves and fires are allowed, both in stage 1 and stage 2. In stage 2, we allow no campfires, even in the developed sites. And then from 9 a.m. to 8 p.m., we have no chainsaws operating, as well as looking at some of that in the woods machinery, road construction material or machinery that could cause fire starts is prohibited during stage 2. And then stage 3 is probably our most well-known fire restriction stage. And that's either when we have area or full forest closures. If we do an area closure, those 3 areas are around the peaks, Camp House Wash, and Walnut Canyon. And then again, just a reminder that we, around the city currently, we basically have the no camping, no campfire around city limits. trying to limit potential fire starts next to these high values at risk, being private property and communities. So looking at our fire restriction history for the last 23 years, 3 years, we had no fire restrictions at all. And then you kind of see as we move across the calendar, we get into that hotter, drier time period. Stage 1 tends to start sometime in May and sometime in June. And then we pick up on stage 2 sometime in June, usually through July when the monsoons get established. That's on average for about a month out of the year. But there's a lot of variability in that. You know, it can be as low as 11 days and as high as 70. The amount of time that we have in these different fire restrictions is really decided by the snow we're getting right now and some of those early season storms. So it's very weather dependent. And then looking at stage 3, when we have those area or full forest closures, there's about 6 years in the last 23 years that we've had to go into that. For as long as 49 days in 2018, for as short as 10 days in 2022. So just trying to provide a little bit of background on, you know, how variable are these and what do these tend to look like year to year. This is the same information, and across the bottom, you've got the calendar dates of the year, and then you've got the years running the y-axis here. And what I'm showing here is stage 1 is the green, stage 2 is the yellow, and stage 3 is stage 3 closure. And then the red diamonds on the map are showing when we had significant fires in the district. So 2019, the one you see there is the museum fire. That was a year where we didn't have any fire restrictions. The indices and the discussions with our partners didn't show the need for it. And then we had that fire, and a few days later, we had rains that, you know, mainly put that fire out. And then looking at last year with the tunnel and pipeline fire, you know, the tunnel was an extremely early season fire for us for a fire that large. And then the pipeline fire, we were into stage 2 restrictions that time of year. So this is a map of our current restrictions that we have. This is the north part of town, kind of the middle part of the district. So where you see the crosshatch there, that's our existing no camping, no campfire restriction area around the community. And then you'll see the vertical lines. Those are where we currently have campfire restrictions. And it's important to point out both the tunnel and the pipeline fire happened where we had existing year-round no campfire restrictions. So the proposed change that we're discussing with the community right now is to add to the year-round no camping, no campfire restrictions around the community, basically turning that existing no campfire area into no camping as well. This provides tools to our enforcement of this. You know, it's easier to make contact with somebody trying to camp in an area and have a conversation with them about where they can go camp than it is to try to hunt down every campfire that might be in a particular area. The other addition shown on this north side of the map is the pizza pie slice over to the east. It's kind of behind Girls Ranch Road and Timberline Fernwood area. This has become a popular camping area, and you know, we're trying to provide a little more distance between values of risk, in this case homes, and where people could potentially have campfires. So that's the reason for that expansion on that side. And then the other large change with this proposal is stage 2, the area of the peaks that we currently have as our stage 3 area closure would become non-motorized during stage 2. So again, still the hot and dry time of year, but move it a little earlier in the calendar as non-motorized. This would allow us to kind of close and lock our gates, limiting how much our enforcement folks, how many road miles those folks need to cover, and you know, making it easier. We know if we have a car past this closed and locked gate, then we can enforce them not being there. There's a lot of considerations that go into this, you know, one of which is that the district has tried to balance really well is this idea of we want to provide protection to the community in the hot, dry, high risk time of year, while at the same time trying to not limit public access to public lands and fulfill that mission of the agency. You know, this is a lot going on piece of the district, whether that's communication site maintenance, which of course we would allow to continue. We have winter gate closures in this area now, and folks with private land certainly have access to their private property. That wouldn't change with any of this. Arizona snowball operations would continue. You could still go hike Mount Humphreys. Fat Man's Loop and that whole popular trail area right next to the highway, easy access for us, will continue to be open as a trailhead. Arizona Nordic Center would continue. And of course, all the important work that we're doing with the county, as well as with the city's water infrastructure, would of course be allowed to continue. That's important work that needs to occur, even if we do have conditions that justify a stage 2 addition of this to our non-motorized area. And it goes without saying that folks would be allowed to hike, you'd be allowed to go biking, you'd be allowed to go ride horses, anything that you would normally be allowed to do, but it really comes down to the motorized restriction. And just to explain the motorized piece, why are we focused on that? There's nothing against motorized use, but what we found is that our historic large starts have been within a stone's throw of a motor vehicle. I was talking to one of my career firefighters the other day, and he was telling me how, in his career, maybe there's 5 or a handful or so of human caused starts that have not been next to a motor vehicle, but the vast majority have had that connection. And so it's what's the minimally invasive tool we can pick here to reduce the risk to our community. Going down to the south area of the district, that's I-40 across the top, and we got I-17 going south there. Our proposed changes in this section, is to add to the year-round no camping, no campfire over by Walnut Canyon. Again, this is a spot that sees a lot of camping traffic. Predominant winds would blow it towards private lands, so we're concerned about that area and wishing to add on to it. And then the 2 other areas that we go into stage 3 closure on, Walnut Canyon and Pump House Wash. Again, these are areas where we have limited control features, and that's kind of a fire terminology for places we can catch these fires. We have rough terrain in these areas in comparison to the rest of the district, and trying to look at those as also non-motorized. Closing gates and trying to limit access to these areas that are difficult to put fires out on our worst days. I'd certainly like to take any comments and questions, and just to prompt that off a little bit, we are reaching out to the community in any way that we can, and we're certainly happy to meet with any and all community groups. We've already met with Sunnyside Community Association, the Coconino Road residents, City Council, and Arizona Game and Fish, and of course you all today, and have future meetings planned with the community to really make sure that we're hearing from the community of, are we missing anything? Is there anything that we're not thinking about? And what do we need to consider?
Nick, thank you. And thanks for this information. I know there'll probably be a lot of comments from the members of the board. One I would like to just indicate is that we really have always appreciated our partnership with the United States Forest Service. So much of Coconino County includes our national forests. We're intertwined, and our ability to manage and work together really is absolutely very important that we maintain our close partnership with the Forest Service. And we really appreciate your work, Matt McGrath, the rest of the forest employees. They've always worked very closely with our staff here in Coconino County. And with that, I think I really appreciate your offer. And I know Matt McGrath made a similar one to join the supervisors in smaller community meetings to present this. This is something that's near and dear to so many of our residents. And when we go out and talk to members of our community, they bring this up all the time. So we look forward to working with you for smaller community meetings to present this and to get comments and feedback from members of the public. So that would be a big thank you for that. And we've already contacted you to be able to start setting these up. So we really appreciate that. I do have some additional comments, but I'm going to turn it over to my colleagues first. So members of the board, any comments you'd like to make? Supervisor Ryan.
Thanks, Madam Chair. And thank you, Nick, for being here. Really appreciate it. Just a couple quick questions, and first and foremost, same note that Chair Horstman just made. Really appreciate the partnership and the evaluation. We're getting more and more people here. I'm looking at your data, and it's really a great presentation associated with it. The piece that I was wondering about wandered through is you're showing there's not as much correlation between the number of stars versus catastrophic wildfire, which gets me to start to wondering, yeah, that starts, but how about the unattended campfire rings, et cetera, that we have out there, which is one that just seems to grow each year, but maybe I'm wrong on that. So that might be another data point on that, which I'm sure you guys probably play around with. And then, the other piece of it is the whole thing that we're trying to get to. We know our forest management practices need to change. We're all working towards cooperating with each other to move in that direction, but we still have dense forest out there as we see drying occurring as well. But have you guys played around with that campfire data component? Or
Yeah, appreciate the question, Supervisor Ryan. And we have looked at that. I didn't include in this presentation, but it is incredibly variable on the amount of, unattended campfires that we have. It really ranges between about 300 and 800 a year. I've looked at that data and not really found any consistent, what explains why one year is more than any other. And that's data looking for the forest, looking at both closed areas year round and looking at areas where we have, the time restriction as we enter that stage 1, stage 2, and stage 3. So our folks in prevention side of the house, fire prevention, have, these heat maps that they've looked at of like, where are the critical areas to spend these resources? And of course, we're continuing to look at that and prioritize, not every acre has equal value to our community. So we're trying to spend those resources where it makes sense and focus on these high priority areas.
Yeah, that does. I support what I'm seeing. I definitely, because if you're, when you're talking about non-motorized, we're definitely at a high level of threat anyway. The heat indexes have modified, et cetera, on that. And I can see the windward side that you're considering, such as Pump House Wash, where you have Coconino, Forest Highlands, Pinewood, et cetera, down in those communities, as well as that southern boundary as you walk across the southern end of Flagstaff. So the Walnut Canyon component. And the correlation between the vehicle, really, that's an interesting one. So, support the intent of what you're trying to do. If there's any way that we can help with community meetings, reaching out to some of the communities. I say that on my behalf for the communities in my district, but I'm sure the other soups would probably want to do the same to help out that way. We'd love to do that. And then I'm trying to catch the one last piece was, so another one that I always bring up, I'm a squeaky wheel on this one is, when I was in Marine Corps in North Carolina, they have pine forests and wind events. The community got used to the, I think, red flag, black flag, I forget what they called it back then. Now it's red flag. They were conditioned, and this is a behavioral modification that we're trying to implement with a broader community, which is visitation from all over the place, and particularly from the valley. So if this one doesn't work, that's one I'd encourage that we pause and look at, even if we're not in the heat indexes, which happen sometimes with these fires. That's one I hope you guys keep an eye on, and if we have to go there, that might be a different mechanism for that. But for what you have on the maps, I thank you for coming forward. Like the recommendation, I know you need to fish it out there, see what community comments are with this. If we can help in any way, I'd love to do that. Thank you, Madam Chair. Thank you, Nick.
Thank you, Supervisor Ryan. Vice Chair Vasquez, comments.
Yes. First off, I want to thank you for the presentation. Very informative. It was really interesting to see the different data of the different fires, and it's very surprising that we had actually less fires in terms of starts this last year than previous years, even though it felt like it was nothing but fires this year. And so I think this is good prevention, putting in these restrictions and So I wanted to thank you for that and thank you for the partnership. And then on behalf of my constituents in Fernwood Timberline, I just wanted to advocate when the Forest Service is going to release the information about the tunnel fire, because for a lot of my constituents, I'm still hearing about that. So frustration about not hearing the results of what caused that fire. And so I just wanted to put out that plug and just remind the Forest Service that our folks in Fernwood Timberline are still waiting to hear what happened there. So thank you.
Understood,
Thank
Vice Chair.
you, Vice Chair. Yeah, yes. Nick, any update on that?
I do not have an update on that. You know, those investigations are done by our law enforcement arm, and I don't have anything more that I have to share. I apologize.
All right, I have a couple comments too, and there, but we haven't. So I'll make them now. We'll see if Supervisor Fowler has anything to add. First of all, thank you. I really appreciate the changes that are being recommended by the Forest Service. I think this is important for our community as we all work together to try keep our community as safe as we can. Certainly, we have had more than our share of wildfires and post-wildfire flooding. So I think it's important that we take a look and see what can we do to make our community safer. And I think this is a great look by the Forest Service to do so. You know, I know you're going to be getting some questions, and that has to do with the staging fire restriction indices. You know, obviously we are hopeful that the decisions on the fire restrictions are made at the local level, not back in DC. We have a very unique environment here in Coconino County with the largest ponderosa pine forest in the world and a mega drought that we've been experiencing. And so we want the local officials to be making those decisions, having that decision-making authority. And also to really review on the science-based decision-making. You know, it's important that we make the decisions based on the best science, but we've also have seen a lot of changes. Some of us who have lived here for a long time, here in Flagstaff and in the North Country, have seen a lot of changes in our environment. And we are hopeful that we are using the very best and up-to-date science to be making our decision-making. And I know you're going to be hearing from members of our community on that. And again, I think it's great to add some more tools, as they say, to the toolbox by closing some of the forests to year-round camping and no camping and the stage 2 limitations. I think those are a great idea, but it all comes back to a problem that we've had and we've discussed, and that is the need for more law enforcement and emergency responders for federal lands. And I know that this is something beyond your control, Nick, but it is something that we here in Coconino County and certainly in the Board of Supervisors have been advocating for. We need more federal dollars for federal law enforcement, for both emergency response, for monitoring, and for regulation. A lot of this ends up these vast for national forest acres are very, very hard, needless to say, to monitor. But enforcement is absolutely necessary, especially where we've got the urban forest interface. So we will continue to advocate on your behalf, and I know you will as well as we move forward. But I think this is a step definitely in the right direction, and really appreciate your work and Forest Service's work and getting this done. So thank you. Any other comments or concerns? Yes, Supervisor Ryan.
I'm sorry, I missed this question. Nick, I'm looking at the map, and I think it's 237 road between Kachina and 89A, and you have that campground that's absorbed the dispersed camping piece. How's that going to be treated?
That will be closed during stage
Okay.
2. You know, what you're seeing here is that it's closed to dispersed camping, but we have those designated sites, and that's what you're referring to. And
Yep.
we would swing the gates and close that. You know,
Okay.
and I think that's a component of this too, is that, you know, as we presented, it seems very straightforward, but there's always going to be these unintended consequences of, you know, these proposals of like, okay, use decreases in some of these super important areas we have, but where does it go and what impacts does that have? And just to address that real quick, I think, we're going to take an adaptive approach to this, which is, what do we learn from year one and how do we apply that to year two? What do we learn from year two and apply that to year three? So it's really going to be a learning process for us, and certainly ask for, some of the community's grace as we go about implementing this the first year.
Good, good. Yeah, that's great. The adaptive approach, but also I was thinking of the toothpaste effect, so to speak. You squeeze it and you have a couple hundred, a few hundred campers in one location that suddenly they're going to potentially, okay, now where do we go? That kind of thing. Also, just to note from the users from the local area, having that access, for the, I have a bias for runners and bicyclists out there, but there are many more people that walk their dogs, etc. Having that access is important as long as they're wise about how they go about it. So appreciate that consideration. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you for your comments, Supervisor Ryan. And again, Nick, we look forward to partnering with Forest Service on these smaller community meetings and getting the information out to the public and getting comments back from our public. So thank you again. Any other comments, questions, members of the board?
Thank you, Madam Chair.
Supervisor Fowler, yes.
Thank you. I really appreciate this proposal and the work that's been put into this. Not only that, I appreciate for our communities in the Flagstaff region, but at the same time, though, these fires are really impacting all of northern Arizona, even our highways. So, any kind of information, the latest, all of our communities in northern Arizona, they all want to know what's going on. What are you doing to be able to prevent these fires? What are you doing so people are not in the forest when these and starting fires, or when our forest is so fragile? So this is somehow we need to do a public education on this is where we are, and this is the what we're going to be doing. I think any kind of information to the public is really important. And I was thinking, Madam Chair, too, just listening to this, is that, we do these Zoom meetings for the public. Maybe it's just something that maybe the board might want to consider, and just so that we can try to get the word out there. So those would be my comments. But any kind of proposals, any kind of remedy, I think those all are very important. So thank you.
Thank you, Supervisor Fowler, for your comments. Agree wholeheartedly. Any other comments, questions, concerns? Nick, as always, we appreciate you being with us here and working together to try to make our community safer. So thank you so much. And I'm sure we'll be seeing more of you very soon. So, and by the way, I understand that Coconino County, for the very first time in a long time, is not in drought categories, is what I've heard. So excellent news. We hope that continues. And although we have a lot of snow now, we're having a hard time figuring out where we're going to put it. We appreciate that. We appreciate the moisture and happy to see it here. So
thank you, Chair.
All right. Thank you so much. All right, members of the board, we are moving on. We're ahead. And so I'm going to ask, let's take a break. So I don't even think we need a motion for that. Let's just take a break. So 5 minutes, we'll be back. So thank you all.
Thank you.
I see a familiar looking face behind you there, Gregory.
Yes, indeed, Chair.
Gregory, do you want to check your volume?
Yes, can you hear me, Chair Horseman? Thank you, Sue.
Absolutely. Hear you just great.
Excellent. Thank you, Deputy County Manager Brown.
And I see Vice Chair's returned. We're Matt. Lena, are you back? We're doing well on the agenda. That's
Madam Chair, I'm here.
Thank you, Supervisor Fowler, for checking in.
Thank you. Hey, I see Keith back there. Hi, Keith.
Familiar face, isn't it? And Matt, Supervisor Ryan, you back with us? Give it another minute.
Sorry about that. Yes, it's a miracle we're on schedule there.
We're doing well. Moving ahead. So lots of important things in today's agenda today. So, all righty. So I think we have, I see that our 4 supervisors are back with us, and County Manager, do we have the staff we need to go forward?
Yes, we do. Andy Bertelson will be teeing the next portion up.
I appreciate that. So Andy, there he is. So,
good morning, Madam Chair, members of the board. It is my pleasure to, at the risk of stealing Gregory and Keith's thunder, it is my pleasure to introduce the Government Affairs team. And we have a special announcement to make. So Gregory, please take it away. We all know that the state legislative session is underway. So Gregory has a few things he'd like to discuss with you as well. But I present to you thunder and lightning. So,
never been called that before, Deputy County Manager Bertelson, but thank you. Really pleased to introduce Keith Breckus, who's joined us as the Government Affairs Policy Analyst here in the Government Affairs Office. It's a great addition to the team, and look forward to dividing and conquering our work and providing staffing coverage going forward to all of our activities across both the state, federal, local, and tribal governments, and the interactions we have as a county and our policy agenda as it relates to our intergovernmental affairs. So with that, I'll let Keith introduce himself and say a few words. Thank you, Keith.
Hi, good morning, everybody. It's great to be here. This is my second day, but some of you probably know me on here from I worked in Congressman O'Halloran's office before that. So that's given me some background in government, especially federal, but also state and the whole work. So I'm great to be on this team with Andy and Greg and Steve and the whole gang. So I'm happy to be here, and I'll turn it back over to Greg to go over some of the government stuff we're working on.
Thank you, Keith. And Keith's already hit the ground running today. So I'm going to get right into our state update, if that's all right with you, Madam Chair.
Absolutely. So
the Hobbs administration continues to fill in the ranks of the executive branch as January progresses, and several major department heads were announced this week, including Jeff Glover, the Tempe Police Department Chief, who will be the Director of Public Safety. Dr. Ryan Thornell, a Deputy Commissioner of Corrections in Maine, is being brought in to become the Director of the Department of Corrections. And then Rob Woods is being retained as the Department of Revenue Director. In addition to that, Governor Hobbs's office has announced 10 policy advisors across the various areas of specialty. And so we'll be providing a full report to the board on the executive leadership team at the governor's office by the end of the week. So just wanted to highlight on that. Another piece we're working on with our state advocacy expert, Todd Medexa, is engagement with the governor's office in terms of DFFM funding and the wildfire emergency response line item. We're preparing a letter, Chair Horstman, for your engagement on behalf of the board for those funds to remain in place. As you may know, the executive budget had zeroed out that line item going forward. However, in working with Vanessa Fielder at CSA, there is about 44 million of unspent funds in that. And so Keith has already hit the ground running on developing a fact sheet to assist Todd with his advocacy on that with the governor's office. And he's in contact with the governor's office on that issue. So we'll have more information to come on that, as well as a possible letter for you, Chair, to consider. I'll pause there for any questions, and I'll move on to some bills that I'd like to recommend for support.
Just real quick, Madam Chair. Your mute is on, but hey,
Sorry
Greg.
about that. Supervisor Ryan.
Oh, thank you, Madam Chair. Hey, Greg, are we hearing anything on State Land Department?
I have not heard anything on State Land Department at this time. I've been monitoring the press releases regularly. I'll continue to keep that. I know we will keep that on top of our list in terms of that, as well as our nexus as it relates to state land and the importance of our military installations, both Naval Observatory, the Interferometer, as well as the Camp Navajo training facility in terms of our goals and objectives under the JLU. So we're definitely monitoring that, Supervisor Ryan, and we'll be filling in the report as more information comes along.
Okay, great. Thank you.
Madam Chair, if no more questions, I'll proceed with some bills.
Please proceed.
Excellent. Thank you. So I sent out a report today. With Keith coming on, we'll aim to get these reports over prior to the weekend, but we have some bills mostly on CSA's legislative agenda. The first one is HB 2018, which is the county's Department of Juvenile Corrections relief for Maricopa and Pima counties. In FY20, the rural counties, including us, were provided relief, while Maricopa and Pima counties only received one-time relief. This is a CSA legislative item, and we would ask for support on that. There was a hearing held yesterday on the bill. Moving on, we can come back. Another bill that we have is HB 2052, also a CSA legislative agenda bill run by Representative Dunn. This is on counties' advertising contracts and notice. And this would allow a written notice of letting a county contract for advertising and publications and printing can be provided by electronic means rather than in a newspaper. And so we heard about this at the legislative summit. Our clerk of the board is in support of this. This would help modernize these advertising contracts. There is a hearing scheduled for tomorrow at 9 a.m. in House Government Committee. The next bill, and I believe we have Director Musselman here joining us, is we have two bills related to the special session legislation that expired. One piece expired January 1st. The other piece will expire on July 1. That's the Good Samaritan Medical Assistance. The Drug Overdose Fatality Review Team's legislation expired January 1st. And so both bills have been introduced to continue with the Drug Overdose Fatality Review Team, as well as continue the Good Samaritan prosecutorial basically exemption for anyone that's a Good Samaritan that turns in someone to a hospital or medical facility that's suffering from an overdose. So I'll turn it over to Kim briefly if she wants to offer anything on these.
Thanks, Gregory. Chair Horseman, supervisors. I don't have a whole lot more to offer, just to say that very pleased to see these are up and being addressed. They look to include all of the things that had been in place prior. I didn't see anything glaring that eliminated anything. So just appreciate support of these bills getting passed as quickly as we possibly can so that these can get reinstated. Thank you.
Thank you, Director Musselman. And so just so everyone's aware, they have not been assigned to committee yet, but we are monitoring them and could be prepared to sign board members in if that's the wish on the request to speak, so that we're in support of that. We do have the request to speak access for all board members and are prepared to initiate that process once given the go-ahead. The next bill I'd like to discuss is the EORP appropriations and repayment bill. You may be familiar with this as it's been discussed both at the LPC, Chair Horseman and Supervisor Ryan, as well as at the CSA board meeting last week. And so what this would basically do is that the state would appropriate $609 million and pay down the EORP unfunded liability. It's a pooled system. So unlike PSPRS or ASRS, individual counties cannot make payments down on their unfunded liability, and then they would bill the counties a fee, if you will, to buy that debt down. And so in the analysis that was provided last week at CSA, it's about a $300 million savings to state taxpayers and another $300 million savings to county taxpayers. In terms of our impact, it would be about a $465,000 ongoing annual payment, and that would be made each year. And so in reaching out to Director Mullaney, we would want to support this in terms of how it will save taxpayer money and free us from that unfunded liability while positioning the state well into the future to deal with its unfunded pensions liability within the EORP pension. And then finally, we have two bills that I wanted to, one more bill that I want to mention, and that's this was briefly brought up in the first LPC, and that's SB 1020 and its companion bill HB 2144 on open meetings capacity and posting. Just wanted to make you aware of this. These bills would basically require that all public bodies provide a set amount of seating sufficient to accommodate a reasonable anticipated audience, and then that we would have to have physical access to the meeting space. And so there are some concerns that Lindsay, our clerk of the board, has expressed in terms of its impact on virtual meetings. We're monitoring these bills at this point. However, the House bill has been assigned to committee. We're monitoring that. It will be heard tomorrow in House Government Committee. And then finally, one more bill that I'd like to highlight is the TPT diapers feminine hygiene exemption that Representative Shope has introduced. He is the President pro tem in the Senate. And so that would exempt from retail classification of the TPT disposable diapers and feminine hygiene products, as well as incontinence products. So that aligns well with what we set previously in the fall as for our CSA legislative item.
That is great news.
Was there someone there?
Well, Supervisor Fowler, she's been cheering this one on, and she's cheering it on right now.
Excellent. And Supervisor Fowler, Chair Horseman will be monitoring that bill and can certainly sign us in support as it gets assigned to committee. And so with that, I'll stop there. That's what we have in terms of our our state bills for discussion today. Just wanted to highlight a few of those and what we're working on in terms of our engagement on the DFFM wildfire emergency response line item that has been so important for Coconino County over the past couple of years with our wildfires and flood issues.
And I really appreciate that update, because some of us were quite upset when we found out that this was zeroed out of the governor's bill. We didn't know what that meant for that 44 million of unspent funds. So I'm glad you're on top of that, and so glad that Keith, that you're already hard at work on that, and that's extremely important for us. And what we're going to be discussing this afternoon as well on the cost for our long-term mitigation expenses, and we really are going to need to take a look at some of that DFFM funding for Coconino County. So really pleased on that. And before I turn it over to the other board members, just a comment, and hopefully Supervisor Ryan will kind of go through CSA and where we came out with the CSA recommendations. But I'd be remiss not to welcome Keith. And, it's just wonderful to see you here, although we're so used to seeing you here in Coconino County around the offices and working, quite frankly, hard on behalf of Coconino County. It just seems pretty normal to me. So welcome for your continuation on the Coconino County team. And I know you and Gregory will make a dynamic duo. And I'm not going to ask who's thunder or who's lightning because I'm just pleased to have you both. It's really wonderful to have you here with us, Keith. So those are my comments. Supervisor Ryan, I know you've got some comments on behalf of CSA.
Thank you, Madam Chair. And I also, I was going to call Keith, and I thought, oh, he probably doesn't have a phone, just welcoming you on board yesterday. But I like Andy, great tag, Thunder and Lightning. I love that. That's really good. Just to note, in a couple of these bills, we already took positions that we thought the county would. It's very consistent with what we laid out associated with the our intent, the whole package we put together on legislation and where we would stand on particular items. So as LPC proceeds through, we may have already taken a position. If there's board members that are start to question, why. We need feedback on it. You are getting reports rather than directly from me or from Supervisor Horstman, she's our alternate, who's also attending these meetings with me. It's through Gregory. He's sending these out. It provides the opportunity for each of the board members. This is our year two that we're freshening up on how to do it, what we're doing associated with this. So I won't speak to specific bills. Just to note, Lena, when we saw, actually before Shope introduced this bill, and you probably saw it, but if you didn't see it, the governor had taken a position that she really wanted to move the TPT waiver for diapers and feminine hygiene exemption forward. And so the governor's behind it. Shope tried to run it before. We do have, it'll be interesting to see where the dynamics go with this on it. But hopefully he can muster the support that we need for it. We might be needed to get after different legislatures and see the benefit of the recommendation as we tried to move it through CSA. It was a high lift when we did CSA because the impact that it would have had was about $81 million on the state budget. So that's an item that we want to frame our conversations of why it's appropriate and should be moved forward, but still a high lift. But we definitely want to work on this. And I'll keep it simple at that. If there's anything that Patrice or I need feedback on, funnel it through Gregory, just so we stay consistent with okay, are we consistent with our objectives? So hold a minute, this is giving me pause. That feedback helps him make recommendations as well. Thank you, Madam Chair.
And Madam Chair, if I may, I wanted to throw in one last piece just in terms of the financial picture. And I did send out an email last week, but JLBC is forecasting no new ongoing revenue capacity in their baseline budget as a result of the empowerment scholarships that have created a $200 million ongoing budget need that's unbudgeted. So There is one-time money according to JLBC's forecast, but no new ongoing revenue from JLBC, which will constrain the budget negotiations.
They don't make it easy, do they? Any other comments from members of the board?
Yes, Madam Chair. I'd just
Vice
like to
Chair.
welcome Keith to the team. Looking forward to working with him in this capacity. And I was down at CSA last week and I had an opportunity to see some of these bills that are coming forward and really recognize that while Greg's doing a great job, he needs help. And so it's good to have more folks on the team. So welcome. Thank you.
All right, thank you, Vice Chair. Any other comments? Supervisor Fowler?
Yes, thank you. I really appreciate the updates, and I'm really happy that, you know, our agenda that we aligned and outlined is beginning to happen. I'm really happy that you're all working on it. Just want to appreciate everyone that is that has been you know, really staying on top of this. Thank you, Matt and Patrice, for I guess this is a board meeting, huh? Supervisor Ryan and Chair Horseman. Anyway, thank you all for really pushing this through. And you know, we do have our county managers meetings as well. So thank you, Keith, Steve, and Andy. So I just want to thank everyone, and Greg, of course. You know, you're right on top of this with Todd and now with Keith, and I think it's just created a really great team. So thanks so much for Keith for considering Coconino County, and welcome to Coconino County. Really happy that you you chose to join us. Really appreciate it. Thank you.
Thank you, Supervisor. Yes, we do have a great team, and it's wonderful that it's expanding and just in time, since we'll be off to NACO and Washington, D.C. here for our legislative summit. So that's wonderful news.
And Madam Chair, just briefly on the federal side, we are continuing to plan for NACO for our Hill visits on Wednesday and Thursday and Friday prior to the NACO conference. We're working in lockstep with Bob and Anna. They've begun to secure meetings. And so we'll be developing talking points as we understand the lay of landscape. And then we'll have a complete advocacy package with leave behinds, our federal guidebook, in order to communicate the county's message on our strategic priorities as we head into Washington, and look forward to a very productive NACO legislative conference.
Absolutely, we do too. And it's a very nice brochure that I'll leave behind, and setting forth the highlights of our Coconino County's priorities, and really appreciate your guidance on that, Gregory, and all the hard work you and your staff have done, and our Joan and Stephen, and the work of communications and getting that done. It's very, very professional. Thank you.
Thank you, Madam Chair.
All right, turning it over to you, County Manager. Anything else?
Not at this point, Madam Chair. In the interest of time, I was wondering, do you want to jump to the board roundtable next week? Put that at the end of the day. However, we can keep it there, and I've got a couple of things and we can be done with it early for lunch. So your call on that, on the agenda.
Members of the board, you want to continue on with roundtable? Might as well. We're here earlier. So we're hearing no objection. Let's do roundtable. And District 2, are you prepared to do just an update on your roundtable? I think we did roundtable heavy last time, so this is roundtable light. So take it away, Vice Chair.
Thank you. Yeah, it's going to be super light. I've been sick since end of last week, and so I'm still kind of recovering. We did have the area plan met, the Donny Park Fernwood Timberline area plan team met on January 19th, and they regarding the LU 24 language, and we're working on an overall goal statement, so that language should be available soon, so that we can see if we can get this passed and get the area plan completely done. So that was exciting. The committee decided to go with the presented change from the chair and not the recommendation from the community development. And so they'll be coming to the board soon with their decision of what that final language looks like. I did meet with Metro Plan recently, and one of the big topics was with the hospital and moving forward on the big project and how that will the development of the hospital and how that'll impact some of our infrastructure, transportation infrastructure, as well as Mountain Lion, and looking at ways to include public transportation in there. It does seem like there is somewhat of an impasse right now in terms of the hospital subsidizing Mountain Lion moving forward. And so we're working on finding alternative ways to ensure that we have public transportation to that area. I did attend some other the RTAC meeting and the NACOG transportation meeting, and they were basically just updates on where we're at. We are looking at some sorry, I'm still recovering from getting sick, so it hit me. I did well all day, but just in the last 15-20 minutes it started getting to me. So just looking at some transportation proposals, and we were able to get some of the highway improvements included in some of the proposals in terms of requests for funding and asking ADOT for that support. And with that, I'll make that short and sweet as my roundtable for this round. Thank you.
Thank you. That was short and sweet. Vice Chair, and please take good care of yourself. That's the number one priority. District 3.
Thanks, Madam Chair. Keep it brief. That's the intent of these anyway, and I cover most of it. You know, our big thing that we've had that's been happening here is the impact of the storm. And as noted, they came out during the public discussion on this. It's an issue that we've always wrestled with. Fire departments actually usually keep a list of those that are challenged and try and keep tabs. It is good that there's an outreach group down in Munns Park, and I know the editor to the Pinewood News had reached out to each of the agencies on what was going on during the emergency. The really good thing is neighbors are very conscientious and want to try and help out even more so for what's happening. It has triggered that question that we wrestle around with, is we know we have vulnerable populations out there, and how best to address it in a way that when these events come on. So that's something for future conversations that we can have with that. The other note was I had a procedure, so I couldn't go to CSA, but we just went through the legislative. But we had you, Madam Chair, and Supervisor Fowler and Supervisor Vasquez, all three of you guys down there keeping it going at CSA. Really appreciate what happened. Unfortunately, you guys were sitting next to each other, so you got to wrestle your way through illnesses. So anyway, yeah. Yeah, you better cross your fingers. But we also want to try and see if we can keep the quorum together, but we have to be conscientious of our peers as well if they have challenges. Madam Chair, you know, I'll keep it simple. I'll save the bigger stuff for future roundtables that we have. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Hey, thank you. And Supervisor Fowler. District 5.
Yes, thank you. Seems like we're just very busy these days, but and sometimes everything just merges and you wonder what you're busy with. But well, I was able to, yes, CSA, it was really great to see everyone and be able to coordinate activities. I met with Senator Hatali on some of the issues and that we're working on. We're still working on the unemployment benefits that were distributed by the federal government, the dollars, and over 20,000 people in Arizona received letters from DES saying that to get a lawyer and that they are to pay back what was paid out to them. And in addition to that, 15% on top of that, and then they're no longer eligible for state benefits, and that they committed fraud. And so we're still working on that issue. We're now working with the U.S. Department of Labor, and now the new governor, thank goodness, Governor Hobbs. And I wanted to bring it up to our Attorney General. I think the meeting is canceled today. Wanted to bring it to her attention as well. But Senator Atali's already reached out to them, and so hopefully they'll be able to help us work on that. The other one is human trafficking, and have people are being picked up and being taken to a recovery center, a fake recovery center, and there are you see a lot of missing individuals, and a lot of them are falling into this fake fraudulent and human trafficking activities that is happening. You heard them on the news, and so we're working on that as well. So that one, we're hoping to have a meeting with the governor and the attorney general as well. So there's some really bad things that are happening to innocent people, and if you hear of any, please let me know. We're really focused on that right now, and people are supposed to be getting recover from their alcoholism or drug abuse, and they end up in these homes, and yet they're really not getting help. These fake companies are contracting with DES. So we're trying to work through that right now, and we're trying to understand it better, and trying to bring that to everyone's attention. And then we're also working, met with I want to thank Greg again, and team. It's not just Greg, there's and departments. They all put together the packets for our federal agenda, state agenda. Yesterday, we were my district director, Deb Lister, and I went to Navajo Nation, and Navajo Nation Council elected its first woman speaker, young lady, and we're very excited about that. And it was really good to see other council and new council members, and really try to from our county, what we're working on, to be able to share with them so that we can partner on some of these projects. Met with the president, our new president, President Nygren, and Chief of Staff Patrick Sandoval, and just the various staff, and be able to share our federal agenda, state agenda. They're very interested in working with us, and Steve, I know that you wanted to invite them, and I'm sure all of us would like to have them join us at one of our board meetings. They're very willing to come, and so we had that really good meeting on that. And then they're also in certain parts of the Navajo Nation, not so much on the county side, our county anyway, on Navajo, there's been a declaration of emergency, so they're very busy with that as well. So we also still working to set up the free tax. So working with City of Page, our mayor there, Fredonia, and be able to set all that up. I want us to thank Steve, Corey, and team to be able to make that happen. I know our birth certificate is going to be starting back up as well. So I want to thank Kim and Michelle and the health department team for setting that up. So we've been trying to work on that because people do need their birth certificate. Delayed birth certificate is still a big issue where people, if they were born at home and they're not able to we can't just print them a birth certificate because they have to prove that they are citizens of the United States. I mean, not the United States, but of Arizona, that they were born here, their parents were here, and they're able to be able to prove that they are a citizen of the state of Arizona. So that service is really important that it picks back up again. So that's where we're at. And then we're also have tapped into working with the Arizona Local First. And as you know, I've been really working on the shutdown of NGS and having that really trying to still look at the transition into a new economy. We're really working, laid down some, outlined some projects, and we're really working on it. And then, of course, the pandemic happened. It stopped everything. Now we're picking things back up. So it's been a challenge, but we're picking that back up and we're working on that. So I know there's a lot more, but that's all I'm going to report on right now. So thank you for the opportunity, Madam Chair.
And thank you very much, Supervisor Fowler. And we can hear from your voice you aren't feeling 100%, so get well soon, please. So just District 1, just real quick, and I'll keep it light. First and foremost, we did have, and I think that's important for the public to know, we on the Board of Supervisors, we don't act in a vacuum, nor does our staff. And we really do a lot to reach across different jurisdictions and different entities. So really get input and for communication and feedback. And in that spirit, there is an alliance we meet with on a regular basis, consisting of the city and the county, NAU, CCC, FUSD, and I know others, where we meet on a regular basis and outline what is going on within our various jurisdictions or our various entities and keep each other in the loop. And in that same spirit, we meet on a regular basis with Forest Service, the Coconino and the Kaibab. Again, just kind of keep each other in the loop. We also have informal city-county huddle meetings, again, for the very same purpose. So it's just important for the public to know we do not act in a vacuum. We do reach out and get input from all across the entities and the organizations, as well as from each one of you. So, and that's what makes our community strong. It what keeps us moving forward and moving in the same direction. So I want to thank County Manager for that leadership, quite frankly, and really for that spirit of cooperation and outreach. And I know we're going to continue to do that as we all move forward. We did meet, and the big news was probably that we were down at CSA, the three of us, and we had an opportunity to have a legislative reception with our new state legislators and had an opportunity to meet them, some of them for the very first time. I think we've had a chance to meet and to give them a little bit of what's going on in Coconino County and to hear from them what they saw as their major priorities moving forward and to kind of start building that relationship, because as we were just talking about, That's what it's all about, is relationships and building relationships. And then we had our CSA meeting, and this is a state meeting where all the supervisors from across the state of Arizona meet for purposes of discussing legislative priorities. Gregory just outlined many of those legislative priorities, and to discuss many of the hot topics that are facing us in our communities here in Arizona. And we were very fortunate that the governor addressed us at this meeting. First time the governor, at least I can't say it's the first time, but the prior governor didn't get to make it to CSA, but this governor, one of her first actions was to join us and at CSA and address us and to provide what she saw as her budget priorities and to hear from us what our concerns were. So very informative and very important for us here in Coconino County. And we are also working you heard Gregory talk about this. We are working for our NACO legislative session, which will take place in Washington, D.C. Next month. And I know that the majority of the supervisors will be out there meeting with our federal legislators to talk about our priorities and advocate on behalf of Coconino County. I did just a few minutes ago received an email from Ben Stewart from Senator Sinema's office. Senator Sinema and Senator Kelly will be introducing the Grand Canyon Protection Act again. And I know that is very near and dear to our hearts here in Coconino County. So look forward to talking to them about that and asking how we can join them in their advocacy to get this passed once and for all. So that's my information on roundtable. And yes, Supervisor Ryan.
Madam Chair, yeah, I'm actually, it's almost like we're in a vacuum. January just went away, and suddenly we're shifting, and we'll see it in the calendar that we're shifting away. But probably a note during this period for the sake of the rest of the board. We're doing the Washington thing, and everybody's coordinating, and I'll be in Washington and working together with everybody for what we have already put together. But I am second, probably 10 days in February or so. I'm actually going to take a vacation. So, Madam Chair, you're going to be doing LPC on my behalf, but I want to just note to everybody, if you're reaching out to me, that I'm going to be gone. If we need to coordinate beforehand, if I'm on a particular committee that you need me to give input on or something like that, please give me a heads up. But I won't be. I'm actually going to have a vacation, and so that'll be nice.
You deserve one, Supervisor Ryan. You've worked hard, and we certainly appreciate your leadership, and we want you to take a vacation. We look forward to getting the pictures and getting the stories and adventures from you when you get back.
All right.
Thank you.
Thank you.
County Manager, I'm going to turn this back to you.
Yeah. So, Madam Chair, at this point in the agenda, we will be taking a lunch break, and then at 1:15 we will be discussing the short-term rental ordinance, followed by a budget financial update. And then, of course, also Fort Tuthill and then flood control. So again, we have a full afternoon, but at this time, Madam Chair, back to you for a recess until 1:15.
Thank you very much. And members of the public, this is really important. This is the first time that the full board will have an opportunity to take a look at the short-term rental ordinance here for Coconino County. And we really hope that you'll listen in and we really want your feedback and to hear back from you. So thank you so much, County Manager. And with that, it's a lunch break.
Thank you.
So take care all. See you soon.
Is that you, Jay?
It is me. I didn't realize I was already a panelist. Thank you.
You're not. I just want to make sure it's Jay.
Oh, yeah, it's me.
Okay.
So I see Vice Chair. I see Supervisor Fowler. Do we have Matt with us?
No, Matt yet. And I just got a text from Supervisor Fowler that she's going to be a little late, so she may have stepped away from her computer.
All right. Andy, can you give me a call, please?
Yeah.
There's Supervisor Ryan. He's joined.
Let's get 2 more minutes here. Wait. You have 2 seconds, literally. There we go.
Patrice,
Oh, here it is.
Patrice, you're unmuted there.
Yeah, we're running the garbage disposal. Sorry, hang on just a minute. All right, we got it. That's the thing when you're working from home, right? Everybody's working from home. Well, good afternoon, everybody. It's good to be back. Some of you, we got some additional shoveling done, and it looks like it's starting to melt a little bit out there. Welcome back, and we look forward to a great afternoon here. And we are noting that we have the board is back. I see Supervisor Fowler, and I did see, oh, there's a vice chair. And is Matt Ryan with us? There, I see him bubbling up, as he would tell us.
I am bubbling up. My audio wasn't working. I had to hop off and hop back on.
All right, good. Good to see you. And County Manager, do we have everybody we need with us?
Yes, all the staff is present and accounted for, and Andy Bertelson will be introducing this item.
Good. And the next item, and then I'm going to turn it over to our Deputy County Manager, is a presentation and update and discussion regarding, oh, I'm so sorry. This is, I am way ahead. I'm moving us right along here. So is discussion and possible action regarding short-term rental ordinance. And this is something the county has been working on for some time and working in partnership with the city and others and getting input from others. This will be the first time that it is being introduced to the board and also to the public. And with that as a background, I want to turn this over to County Manager Bertelson.
Good afternoon, Chair Horstman and members of the board. Thank you for having us today. As background, the state of Arizona has regulated short-term rentals in that more recently it has not allowed local governments to enforce any sort of short-term rental ordinance or regulate in any way. In the last legislative session, we as a local government, were granted some authority, all but not significant authority. We have been able to take that state law, that state legislation, and work on a local ordinance to allow us to give some level of regulation, as many of our community members have expressed to us that there needs to be some level of regulation. We know that in our environment, that short-term rentals have a significant impact on our community and our communities. And the Community Development Department has done a really good job in conjunction with the County Attorney's Office to take that state law and turn that into a local ordinance that we can work with as we move forward with enforcement of short-term rentals. Please know that this is a work session, and I see Jay Christelman just bubbled up, our Community Development Director. And after this work session, we will take the input as received by the Board of Supervisors, and we have a public hearing scheduled for February 28th. So if there are any members of the public listening in, there will be an opportunity to provide us emails. We have a press release being prepared right now to give that information. And so if you want to include those comments in writing to our Community Development Department, we'll take that into consideration, process that as we bring that short-term rental ordinance back to our Board of Supervisors on February 28th. So in the interest of time and to get on with this topic, Jay Christelman, take it away.
Andy, thank you so much for the introduction. Madam Chair and Supervisors, good afternoon. As I'm going to go ahead and share my screen here and get it into presentation mode. Can everybody see it?
Yes, we can. Perfect.
Great. Thank you.
By the way, it's still in, it's in PowerPoint mode. So
it is. Thank you.
You just need to make it full screen.
I will. Thank you, Madam Chair. I'm having a time using my mouse here. There we go. Finally, my mouse is giving me some grief here. There we go. Thank you. So as Deputy County Manager Bertelsen mentioned, back in July, the legislative session approved Senate Bill 1168 is what it is. And it does grant the authority for local jurisdictions some regulatory authority to create an ordinance to regulate short-term rentals. And that is why we're here this afternoon. Now, the county doesn't have a licensing department, but we do issue permits. So community development is housing the short-term rental ordinance through the issuance of a permit. The legislation does allow for the collection of up to $250 for that permit, and that is annually. Doing so annually will give us a good opportunity to keep an eye on somewhat troublesome or potentially troublesome short-term rentals because we'll be able to do that review each year. The legislation does allow for the requirement to maintain $500,000 liability insurance. That's minimum. In our research, most of the more prominent sites such as VRBO or Airbnb, they already require that. So that's good. It is in alignment with that part of the industry. The short-term rental ordinance, our proposed ordinance, I should say, does require operators to notify neighbors. That's defined as adjacent to, immediately and directly across the street, and directly diagonally. Those are the notification requirements for that short-term rental operator. It does require the providing of an emergency contact point to be notified for emergencies and complaints. And that's not just for the people renting, that is also for the notification. That was the previous bullet point of the direct neighbors and across the street. It does require an operator to provide a transaction privilege tax number. That I do believe is already required, largely due to Supervisor Matt Ryan and County Assessor Armando Ruiz's efforts a couple of years ago at the legislation. Madam Chair, I was thinking maybe Supervisor Ryan would like to talk about that briefly when they went down to the legislature. Didn't mean to put you on the spot, Supervisor Ryan.
Actually, just quickly, thanks, Jay. Yeah, I'm on the spot, but that's okay. The intent is the recognition of if it's functioning as a business, is it being treated as a business? And so those elements were considered, and that's what we had pursued. So, and it was a request that we saw throughout our communities, whether incorporated or unincorporated, that there were impacts coming in and or from the lodging community seeking equity in taxation. So that's what that was about. But I don't want to pull it away from the broader piece of what we have going on, which is a great opportunity to see this recommendation before us. Thanks, Jay.
No, Madam Chair, Supervisor Ryan, thank you. Now, there also is allows for a process to suspend or revoke or issue fines for a short-term rental permit for up to 12 months, depending on verified violations. Now, this part is very important, and I'm going to read what state statute tells us those verified violations are. Number one is a felony offense committed at or in the vicinity of a vacation rental or short-term rental resulting from the knowing, intentional, or reckless conduct of the vacation rental or short-term rental owner or owner's designee. And just for clarification, you will see both the term short-term rental and vacation rental utilized throughout the document anonymously. I couldn't say that word. Number two is a serious physical injury or wrongful death at or related to a vacation rental or short-term rental resulting from the knowing, intentional, or reckless conduct of the vacation rental or short-term rental owner or owner's designee. Number three, an owner or owner's designee knowingly or intentionally housing a sex offender, allowing offenses related to adult-oriented businesses, sexual offenses or prostitution, or operating or maintaining a sober living home. It's interesting that those are all lumped together in that one violation. And finally, number four, an owner or owner's designee knowingly or intentionally allowing the use of a vacation rental or short-term rental for a special event that would otherwise require a temporary use permit for a retail, restaurant, banquet space, or similar use. So that is an element that we actually added in above and beyond what state statute told us we could do based on the ambiguity of that portion of the state statute. There's one other area where we did the same thing. So again, those 4 verified violations are the only opportunity for the county to either suspend or revoke a permit or issue fines. So that, any questions on the verified violation before I go on to the fine schedule?
You know, if I may, I think, Jay, it's going to be very best if you could just please present the whole thing so that we have the full background on this new ordinance, and then we'll have plenty of time for some questions.
Okay, I'll proceed. So for the increasing style of financial penalties, so for verified violations, the first verified violation in a 12-month period is a $500 fine or whatever is more of that, or 1 night of the rental. Now, the second verified violation in a 12-month period is $1,500 or 1 night's rental, whichever is higher. And then the third verified violation in a 12-month period is $3,500. And after the third verified violation in a 12-month period, the hearing officer could determine to revoke or suspend the permit. So verified violations must go through an established quasi-judicial hearing process, which the county's appointed hearing officer would hear the case presented from staff. So if staff receives one of these violations, a notice of one of these 4 violations, staff would proceed with an investigation to determine if the criteria exists to issue a citation. If so, the citation is issued and it establishes the procedures for the hearing. And that is what the hearing officer would oversee through that quasi-judicial hearing for any of these 4 verified violations. Now, that is what state statute gave us to regulate. There are 2 elements that that county staff and the county attorney's office had determined was ambiguous enough to go ahead and include into our own ordinance. One of those is preventing short-term rentals from being used as a special event. And we do see that sometimes in the county. It's usually weddings. We can prevent that through this proposed ordinance. And the second is requires the short-term rental operator to maintain reasonable access for first responders or other emergency vehicles. So during the holiday weekend, we did have at least one instance where there was a short-term rental. The occupants were parked in the cul-de-sac and the county plow could not get to the cul-de-sac to plow it, therefore rendering access to emergency vehicles very difficult. So that is another element that we can enforce. Now, it does thoroughly outline the enforcement process in our proposed ordinance. There's 5 pages of the procedure for going through the enforcement process with the hearing officer. We did that for 2 reasons. One, very much so that the operator in violation understands what's very clear for them, and also so that staff follows due process of the law. So that is the extent of what our proposed ordinance is. It's not a lot, as Andy mentioned in the beginning, the state didn't give us a whole lot of area for authority to regulate, but we do have some, so it's a tool that we can use. There is a public hearing scheduled for February 28th to take public comment, and that will be in the evening. And with that, I am happy to take any questions.
All right, thank you, Jay. And I know that we do have a full copy of the ordinance available in our packets, and I'm assuming that a full copy of that ordinance will also be put on the county's website. So for those members of the public that would like to take a look at it, it'll be available for them for further review and for a read. And obviously, as many of the public are aware, for a prior law here in Arizona prohibited local communities like counties, cities from banning or limiting short-term rentals in their jurisdiction. And with government's hands tied, occasionally there would be abuses with these short-term rentals. And I know that myself and other members of The board have received many complaints about some vacation rentals being turned into party homes and with absentee landlords, and this has also resulted in neighborhoods having traffic concerns, parking issues, litter, and it has been a concern that needs to be addressed. The legislature provide a small window of opportunity for us to continue to have short-term rentals, which certainly benefit members of our community, including increasing tourism, but also being able to let government have some small oversight and management, if you will, to handle some of the abuses that we have heard about. And that, as I know what Jay and the others here at Coconino County have been trying to do in light of this small window of opportunity. And one of the areas here that I find the most advantageous is an ability for permitting or licensing of homes so that we know which places here, which homes, which residences, in fact, are being used as short-term rentals. And also the fact that there is now a requirement for them to notify the neighbors and to provide the name of a person, phone number, and an address of somebody who can be contacted in the case of an emergency or the case of problems. Again, it quite frankly is the neighbor, it's what neighbors do for each other. It's the neighborly thing to do. And we are now under this ability to be able to permit and to have some kind of oversight and notice that I think is going to help neighborhoods and help communities. And I don't think anything in the outline that you presented is onerous. It certainly requires accountability and requires people to act as you would expect people to be acting in residential neighborhoods, which is where these short-term rentals are located. So I personally want to thank Jay. I want to thank the staff for really taking a look at this. And I know it's been a long process, and I continue to look forward to hearing from my colleagues and, quite frankly, members of the public. And I know that there'll be an opportunity not only for written response, but there is a public hearing coming up on February 28th. So those are my immediate comments. And I know it's a living document, and I know there will probably be some changes made, but this is a very thorough and very, very good draft. So Jay, thank you so much for your leadership on this. Other members of the board that would like to be heard on this? Supervisor Ryan.
Thanks, Madam Chair. Thank you, Jay. We've been kind of bouncing this down the road, and we've been wanting to implement, but we needed to allow time for staff to work together with our legal on this, as well as to consider comments from folks. We still have a little bit of more opportunity to get comments, as noted by the chair. And it kind of, I'll pause for a second. Prior to the state implementing the short-term rental element, we actually had created an ordinance that was a very, it's an infancy, and yet it was turning into a very good tool and function well for our communities. To have that removed, all good intentions, as much as for those that wanted to provide that economic opportunity and diversify opportunities for individuals, there were consequences also. It was impacts on our neighborhoods, and actually what it's done is it's redefined residential zoning. So people that bought in residential, have this perception that minimized businesses can occur, maybe under a conditional use permit or a home occupation permit. This went well beyond that and has impacted our communities. So with that, we set out and work together, most times not fully, but work together with the cities, the League of Cities and Towns, and City of Flagstaff, City of Sedona, and other cities. They were having the same consequences occur with them. They focused on regulatory counties because we usually are, as delegated by the state, handle the tax element. So we worked on those components. And this is the result of back and forth at the legislature, realizing that you just can't give carte blanche opportunity and not have a regulatory component with it. But if we're going to do it, now that we have a new way that our zoning is functioning with this, provided to us by the state, what is the, best way that we can go ahead and live with our new opportunity that has been provided with us. So that's what we have. We're taking a look of, as Jay had noted, what the legislatures had compromised down to and put forward, and it is limited, but we now have a tool that maybe we can work through. So I'm going to swing over to a question for you, Jay, and so it's a piece that we have to be conscious of. Based on our past presentations, you had noted that you've created a method to take advantage of technology to help us with. We anticipate we're going to get a wave of people that might move forward immediately if we were to approve this. Could you talk about a little bit more of the administrative component? Because that's a piece that we as a board and we as an organization need to be sensitive to. That there's a suggestion that the legislation permits up to a $250 permit. The reason for that would be it takes manpower to handle what we're doing. We don't want to build, big things, but by the same token, our staff, we have limited staff for what we're doing. And if we're going to manage it well, not be draconian, hopefully, we give time for people if we pass this to adjust. But it's an area that we need to consider. So could you just explain how, what mechanisms you have in place and what you might anticipate, Jay?
Yeah, Madam Chair and Supervisor Ryan, thank you for that. So our permitting software is called SmartGov, and it is 100% digital. We have the ability to go in and create our own permit applications with all of these individual fields that I highlighted in the PowerPoint. So those can be, can't remember the term, but there's when you have to fill out one of the fields to be able to submit the permit application, we have the ability to create that autofill forms, or I think it's called. So the permit application won't get to us until all of the fields are filled out and the permit is paid. So then we can start our review process to ensure that all of the elements that are required through the permitting process are adhered to. We are fortunate enough to have our compliance manager, Mark Stento. As you know, he was the dark sky specialist with the joint city county funding that came out of the joint land use study a few years ago. And then he came to us as a county employee through compliance, and then he left for a short while, but we were actually able to lure him back. So we're very lucky to have him, because he's been working with this very closely with me. And the code enforcement position that's vacant, it did post yesterday. So we're hoping to get some qualified applicants to help with this process, because it will be time intensive to an extent. We have a subscription to a website called AirDNA, and it actually has this compilation of short-term rentals that are from all the other sites in one place. So it gives us a good idea of what we can find. It doesn't differentiate between the city and the county, unfortunately, so we'd have to go individually and count them all up. It's just our region. But we've done quite a bit of diligence already on how are we going to manage these things. I think we talked about this in a previous session, whereas there's a lot of short-term rentals that we know are just one room. Maybe somebody has a detached garage and they rent the room upstairs. A lot of folks that live on site that are not corporations, they're likely not going to know that this even exists. So if we do get notified from a neighbor, hey, I think my neighbor's operating a short-term rental, the first step will obviously be that education component of, hey, just an FYI, we have this ordinance now. We, you need to file the permit. Here's the instructions on how to do that. We've created a trifold brochure to help educate folks. It's a kind of a good neighborly document. So as the chair said, it's probably going to be a living document. There's probably going to be some things that we need to tweak as we're going through this. You had mentioned the original short-term rental ordinance we created throughout the year of 2014, portion of it anyway, that was adopted in the beginning of 2015. That lasted for 7 months before the state legislature took those rights away from local jurisdictions. We issued something like 81 or 82, please don't hold me to the number. We issued about that many permits in that 7-month period. So once people find out about this, we do expect it to get inundated with applications, which is why we're trying to make it as administrative as we can. A little bit long-winded.
Well, and another piece of that, and it's important for those that are listening as we develop this. We're trying to create, as much as possible, a non-cumbersome process, and yet a functioning mechanism that we have associated with this. And it's important to note, you had 81, but back then, short-term rentals weren't permitted until we created the ordinance. And so the zoning wasn't set up. And now with the state statute coming in, there are many, many more that are out there. So how do we do this in a way? Another piece to note is there are very responsible owners out there and have been since the legislation came through. It might be a little bit onerous just in the beginning, because it's a different mechanism, but it's a tool that we have. And if you're, a responsible owner, you shouldn't have any problems associated with the ordinance. It's us managing where we run into those that are less than responsible. There's a lot of ownership out of state in our county, and so having this tool would be very important for us. For now, you've outlined quite a bit of, we've had a couple of presentations on this, so I'll hold a comment and listen to additional dialogue that's going on with this, Madam Chair.
Thanks, Supervisor Ryan. And yes, I think it's an important point, Jay, that you bring out. This is really intended for voluntary compliance, and it really is intended to do education and outreach with our community. In essence, it's providing a basis for people to be good neighbors with each other. These are residential neighborhoods. Many people have spent their whole life in these neighborhoods, and they have children who play in their yards and in the neighborhoods, and it's a way just to make sure to make the communities safe and secure and maintain the high quality of living many people have enjoyed in their residential neighborhoods. So it really is intended to be a voluntary compliance, as indicated by Supervisor Ryan. It's not tended to be an onerous compliance, but it is just important to have some kind of oversight and regulation in these residential neighborhoods. And we also acknowledge that there are those that live on their property and that are there and basically provide the oversight because they live there. And then there are these short-term rentals, which are defined at 30 days or less, where people from outside of the state, even certainly outside of Flag and outside of the state, where they don't live there, and it just gives an ability for some kind of oversight and regulation. And then I also think it's really important to point out that this is for county areas and not for the municipalities. Obviously, Williams, City of Flagstaff, Sedona. They are their own municipality, and it will be up to them to work on an ordinance or not pursuant to the changes to the Arizona law. And I can tell you that we have been working closely with the City of Flagstaff on sharing information as we have been moving forward on an ordinance, and as the City of Flagstaff is also taking a look at the short-term rental issue as well. So, collaboration and communication is going to be key, and we really look forward to members of the public we want to hear back from you on this. We want something that is going to work for all, and that's going to be able to be implemented in a voluntary compliance manner. So thanks so much. Vice Chair, do you have some questions or comments you'd like to make?
No, I just want to thank the staff for putting together this ordinance. Looking forward to hearing the public comment and seeing if there needs to be any tweaks. But I'm excited to hear that we're going to have some kind of regulatory authority on some aspects of short-term rentals, which hopefully will help contribute to dealing with the problem with affordable housing in our different municipalities and in the county. And so thank you for all your hard work.
Thanks, Vice Chair. Any other comments? Seeing none. It's Jay, thank you, and you and your staff. I know it's been a long haul, and I know that we're going to get more information and more input, and we'll hopefully make it even better as before the board takes action on this. So,
Madam Chair. So if we could, thank you, Madam Chair. If not comment at this point, please, could you describe, you and Jay describe how people can give additional input? This is the work session. Typically, we don't open it up to public comment. It's the opportunity for people to listen to as we're developing these pieces. Although I know we've done some outreach to put information out there, we never reach everybody, and sometimes it's new for them. So, the mechanisms for people to comment, and it'd probably be good for Jay, either you or Monique, to explain our process for hearing.
Jay and Andy? Jay, you probably can give some input on this.
Sure, Madam Chair and Supervisors, I'd like to acknowledge or thank you for the acknowledgement for staff. I would also like to thank Aaron Lumpkin. He did a lot of work on this when he was a community development's attorney, Melissa Shaw and Mark Stento as well. We did reach out to a number of other counties as well as their county attorneys, which is why the process was somewhat lengthy. But as far as the process, Supervisor Ryan, I didn't quite catch what you were asking. Is that the public hearing on the 28th? Is that what you were asking?
Yeah, and yes, Jay, that and people are listening in. They still might want to make comment associated with it. Is that the intent of the hearing? But we are also posted for action, if I understand correctly. And so I know there are people listening in. They might still want to have an opportunity to comment leading into the hearing. How can they do that?
And by the way, Supervisor Wright, this is not posted for action. It
isn't. Okay.
Not. No, this is the first time the ordinance has really been presented to us.
Oh,
that's right. Board, and so it's really intended as a informational session. But members of the public, we want you to get back to us on this. So I think it would be good to talk about where they can get a copy of the ordinance so they can read it, and how they can respond to us if they'd like to respond to us before February 28th. And then, of course, we do invite everybody to be here for our public hearing on February 28th. So Jay or Andy, I'm not sure which one can more specifically provide that information, but that would be very helpful for the public.
And before you do, just, yeah, and that's reminding me, that's right, we're dealing with an ordinance. And that's where I was turning to Monique, because we have a hearing, we have a certain time period that an ordinance is done. But yes, it would be good to hear from Jay and Andy on that, but the Monique piece would be good too. Thank you, Madam Chair.
No
Jay,
problem.
Andy, who wants to tackle it?
I'm happy to.
All
We've
right, thanks,
talked
Jay.
about it. Madam Chair, Supervisors, so we hadn't put the draft ordinance on the website yet because we wanted to see if anything profound came out of this work session as far as a major change. So we are planning on getting it onto the website along with the brochure this afternoon after this meeting. We are sending out Stephen Pellegrini is going to be sending out a second communications release. One went out on Friday afternoon. The second one that's going out here after this work session will have instructions on how to contact staff with comments and concerns. We will compile those comments and concerns and share those at the public hearing or before if desired. And then of course during the public hearing, anyone from the community will have the ability to speak and share their concerns that way as well.
All right, that's the first piece. And then if Monique could comment on, how an ordinance, it's a timing piece.
Yes, Chair Horseman, Supervisor Ryan, other supervisors. Yes, the statutes require that any ordinance has to have a public hearing before being adopted by the board. And prior to the public hearing, there has to be public notice provided at least 15 days prior to the public hearing. So Jay had drafted the notice, and Lindsay and I have already provided him comments. And in that public notice, it has the title of the ordinance. It has information about where the members of the public can provide written comments in advance. And in the public notice also includes the Zoom link for the actual meeting and the hearing on the February 28th. So we anticipate that public notice to be published approximately February 12th. And Jay, you can correct me if I'm wrong, but that's
Right.
the statutory side of public notice, public hearing, adopt the ordinance, and then the ordinance, it becomes effective 30 days after the board would vote on it.
And is in the date for voting on it, that's the part I'm confused on.
February 28th. So
Okay.
so we will do the public notice on or about February 12th. February 28th is the actual public hearing. And then at that public hearing, the board will vote on the ordinance.
And I would request, besides having the ordinance, the full text of the ordinance, that the proposed trifold, which is really an attempt as an educational tool and piece to really highlight some of the main points of the ordinance. So if we could put that also on our website, there it is. Nicely done. And if we could put that also on our website, it would be, I think, very helpful for the public.
Madam Chair, one other piece on that. Just pestering away here, Madam Chair, but just noting, the official paper for the newspaper, where I believe this would be posted also, is Daily Sun on that. But I would double check with Lindsay. When would that take place?
Madam Chair and Supervisors and Monique, that would be the 12th of February for the official notification. And I should note that there's a fee associated with the adoption of this too. There are different statutory requirements when adopting a fee. And I'd like to thank Siri for helping us out. Finance really took the lead on the noticing for the fee part of it so that we could coincide this whole thing to all take place on the 28th of February. Because if you recall, there's some other fees that are being adopted that evening as well.
Yeah.
I'll just note, Supervisor Ryan, in case this is what you may be referring to, is once the board approves it at the board meeting, then my office sends the actual ordinance that was adopted to the newspaper as soon as the next day after the meeting. And then they issue it in the newspaper the next availability that they have. So there may be a couple days in between the board meeting and when it actually gets into the newspaper.
And that's probably.
And we can determine if it needs to be put in other newspapers besides just the Arizona Daily Sun.
Okay. All right. And that's now that I've probably confused everybody, that printing's afterwards. Everybody, the posting on the 12th is the important one for those that want to comment and provide input prior to the hearing.
That's right. And you certainly don't have to wait till the 12th, members of the public. You know, obviously you can get in touch with supervisors and our staff members. And please, we look forward to hearing from you. And then we do have an opportunity for a full-blown hearing here on February 28th. So any questions on the statutory procedure, Supervisor Ryan?
No, Madam Chair, I think I beat that one up pretty good. I will note, though, I do, unfortunately, I'm going to be out of state at that point.
I know, and I'm very disappointed on that. So it's great to hear from you now and get your comments now, and appreciate your input, obviously.
Thank you.
Other members of the board, any comments from our staff? Monique, thank you, and Aaron as well for your legal input and advice on this. And I know we'll get more as we go forward.
Chair Horstman, I just want to note that Supervisor Fowler is here.
Very good. Thank you for joining us, Supervisor Fowler. Do you have any comments you'd like to make? If so, now would be the time here for the short-term rental ordinance. All right, I think we have done a very good job as a first review of the ordinance, and look forward to considerable discussion on this as we move forward for February 28th, looking for an adoption or not, and looking for any changes or modifications that we may make. So thanks again for all involved.
Thank you, everybody. Appreciate the feedback, and Monique and Lindsay, you as well.
All right, very good. All right, so members of the public and the board, we are proceeding on the discussion and presentation regarding fiscal year 2022 unaudited financial information for fiscal year 2023, budget status, and a financial year 2024 outlook. And I'm going to send this to you, County Manager, for you to introduce the staff.
Thank you, Madam Chair, members of the board. We have several items within the item that we're presenting today. One, of course, and you've gone over it, is the 22 unaudited financials that we've just completed. Siri will go over those and highlight some of the areas of just highlight for your awareness. And then from there, we'll also be talking about looking at the 23 budget update. And so it gives you the opportunity to look kind of the snapshot of where we're at financially as an organization within the region and of course within the state. And then follow to that, we'll be looking at the 24 outlook. So again, all of these are building blocks towards, of course, the annual budget process, but it's also part of the role of financial staff to provide periodic updates to the board throughout the year of some of the certain milestones that we're seeing on the horizon related to our financial condition as an organization. And so with that, Madam Chair, I will turn it over to Siri Mullaney, our Chief Financial Officer, to proceed through the information. Thank you.
Thank you very much. And thank you, Siri. We look forward to hearing from you on this.
Siri, we can't hear you. She'll be right back. I think she had to restart.
All right.
Siri has her hand up.
Hang on here just a minute. So
we're pulling over from attending.
Okay, thanks.
Okay, can you hear me this time?
We can hear you. I said we wanted to hear you, so now we can. So thank you, Siri.
Well, it's a good thing I'm not easily flustered. Maybe I am. Well, thank you, Chair. Thank you, Steve, members of the board. What I was saying to myself apparently for a while is that we are at you can see on your screen, we're at a really exciting time here in finance because we have unaudited numbers that we're wrapping up from the prior fiscal year. We're in the middle of our current fiscal year, and then we're already starting to look towards the budget for next fiscal year. So don't ask me to write the year on anything because I don't know what it is. So that's the updates you're going to get today. So if we can go ahead 2 slides. So we're going to start with the unaudited financial statements. The first thing I want to point out here is that while these are unaudited numbers, these do match the drafts that have been given to the Auditor General's office for auditing. And we're super excited about that because it's only January and the audit is underway, and we hope to get our financials issued in April. So that's a big highlight, because I know I recently sent a communication on this, but last year we had those statements issued in October. So just doing the math, we're about 6 months ahead of where we were last year, which has been a ton of hard work from Abby Velasquez, John Comer, and their whole team upstairs really to get us back on track. So what you're seeing in front of you, though, is the fiscal year 2022 general fund numbers that are unaudited. So just to orient you really quick, we have the revenue type over to the left and then expenditure type. And then we show the budget, the actual, our variance from the budget. And then for context, we also have 21 actuals with the change of 22 from 21 as a percentage. So walking through the first line, you can see property taxes. We had a budget. We always budget our levy plus some amount of delinquent tax, interest and penalties on delinquent taxes and delinquent tax collections. So our actual exceeded that. We did see a higher than we've seen in the past year for the interest and penalties on the delinquencies. So a 7.8% overall increase from our 2021 property taxes, although our levy change was only about 3%. So that's just goes to that timing. And then of course the interest and penalties on the back taxes. So we did exceed our budget on that. So that's really how you're going to read this table moving down. So a big highlight that we have is in the county sales taxes. You can see we exceeded our budget by quite a bit, and we also were up 15% compared to FY21. And the amazing thing about that, and we have a chart on this later to show you as well, but 21 was up 19% from 20. So 2 years of having those double digits percentage growth in our county sales tax and also on our state shared sales tax is quite unusual. That's a higher than we normally see, year over year percentage growth. Some of that has to do with what was happening in fiscal year 20 with COVID and shutdowns and things, but sales taxes have been really unusually strong. Also, we saw some of that as people shifted from services more towards goods during the pandemic. So it's not something that we think is a forever change that we're going to see these high of numbers, of course, but we did have a really strong year for fiscal year 2022. But I also want to remind you, when we did the 23 budget, we already had seen this coming. So our forecast that we built into our current year budget already had the estimates you see here very closely in those scenarios. So again, exceeding the budget in total on the revenue side by 10.6 million, that was already built into the fiscal year 23 budget assumptions. So really, we're happy to report that when we compare our 22 actuals to where we thought we were going to be when we were in last year's budget development process, we're very much on track with what was presented to you, which is, again, exceeding our budget by $10 million on the revenue side. Another highlight, though, quickly for revenues is the charges for services. Most of that is the building permit, or sorry, the license and permit revenue rather. Most of that is the building permits. I know you just heard from Jay. They continue to be really strong on the building permit side of things. So we had $3 million when a typical year might be more like 1.5 to 1.8 million there. Then as we look at expenditures, there are a couple things that jump out at us. So in total, we were $23.5 million under budget for expenditures. But I really need to kind of put an asterisk on that because you can see the general government variance of 18.6 million. 10 million of that was the revenue loss dollars we were given from ARPA. So just to explain how that worked is that we were given up to $10 million to use towards any general government expenditures as revenue loss. under ARPA. So what we did was we picked up $10 million of general government expenditures and we moved them over to use those ARPA dollars. So what that did was create an unusual variance in general government where our budget was 45 million. Our actual spending was then about 37 million, but because we had moved that 10 million of expenditures over to ARPA, it shows as a significant variance here compared to the budget, when in reality, we were under budget as a normal course of business, but not by the full 18 million. We just moved those expenses somewhere else. Again, that was something that we had presented during budgeting. We knew that we would have that additional $10 million available in the general fund. So that is all incorporated into the FY23 budget assumptions already. But just wanted to explain that variance. The rest, as you see through the categories of public safety, highways and streets, et cetera, is really just normal sort of turnover savings from salary savings or operational savings, and in some cases things that were operational savings where then that budget authority was carried over into 23 and sort of renewed in the next budget year. So a variety of things going on there, but for the most part it's just sort of the general savings that we typically see from salaries and that we build in really to our forecast. And then that last line of other financing uses, so most of those are specific project allocations that our general fund transfers out that we were expecting that are carried over into next fiscal year. So again, in this year, we're 3 million under budget for other financing uses, but really if we were to look at it over the long term, those dollars are already committed to various initiatives and projects and will get expended. So it's just a temporary savings, if you will. But all in all, then, if we look at this chart, for fiscal year 22, really the story of the general fund is that we had a significant increase in our fund balance. From our 22 actual revenues of 85.8 million, and then the actual expenditures of 58.8 million. So that's a $27 million increase in our fund balance. But again, this was incorporated into the budget assumptions you've seen for FY23, and a lot of these dollars have then subsequently been put towards other initiatives during the fiscal 23 budget process that we'll talk about a little bit. So then if we can go to the next slide. This shows our other major funds. So this again is our unaudited actuals, but really as we look at each one of these, again, we did come out with our actuals better than we thought when we were doing, when the budget was developed. As we look at the jail district, we can see that we originally budgeted a use of fund balance of 5.4 million, but in reality, we added to our fund balance by 4.8 million. And really that represents the salary savings. The jail district had significant salary savings. I know you're all familiar with the staffing challenges that they've had. We also converted some positions over to a medical contract, resulting in salary savings as well. So all in all, again, we added to the fund balance there in the jail district. That is also, of course, combined with revenue because they are also funded by county sales tax that we saw was exceeding our original budget. So all in all, more positive than the budget. We also see that with the Public Health Services District. So this one is a little bit unique because the Public Health Services District doesn't just include the property tax fund for the main operating fund for the district, but all sorts of other grants, state and federal dollars that could be coming to the district. You can see the 22 budget was really high on both revenues and expenditures, and those were placeholders for potential federal COVID monies, COVID initiatives that were happening. So our actual is scaled down both on revenues and expenditures just for grants that we did not necessarily end up receiving or expending during fiscal year 22, but that we had planned for. But it's a wash on the revenue and expense side. So again, we had budgeted to use 2.9 million of fund balance and we actually only used 1.1. So better off than the forecast originally. As we look at public works, we see a similar story. We initially had planned to use 7 million of fund balance and we actually increased our fund balance by 5 million. This is really a variety of factors. As you know, a lot of the public works projects had to be delayed or put on hold because of emergency response efforts. The public works staff is highly involved in some of the emergency response things that were going on over this last summer. And so we had $10 million really of capital savings included in those expenditure savings. And that's just simply a matter of timing and moving those projects then a little bit further on down the line in the schedule because of the availability of staff in order to, again, focus more on response versus projects during the year. When we look at the flood control district, I think everyone knows kind of what's going on there. So we've talked a lot about it. I won't go into too much detail, but the $5 million decrease in fund balance is part of what we were covering with the loan. So the loan does not play into this because it is just that, it's a loan, it's not a revenue, it's not an expense. So we've made the district sort of whole from a cash perspective, but right now we did decrease the fund balance by $5 million last fiscal year. And then everything else. So everything else is typically funded. The most of what is in those non-major governmental or other funds are those expenditures that really come with some sort of stipulation. So a lot of grants, a lot of state funding, federal funding. So it's not surprising not to see a big change in fund balance for those funds, because we oftentimes receive a grant, we budget the revenue, and then we expend it, and it's on a cost reimbursement basis. And so usually those numbers are closely aligned for the most part. All right, so if we can go to the next one. So really just in summary, we did have strong general fund revenues, but again, just a reminder, we did forecast that during 23 budgeting. And so it's not, what I'm presenting today is just a summary of the activity for fiscal year 22, but nothing that in terms of a major update from what you saw as the forecast during 23 budgeting. All of these patterns were already in place as we were going into fiscal 23. We had already worked with the board on allocation of the $10 million of revenue loss. So it's not that there's new funds as a result of having strong financials in FY22, because we've accounted for that in the 23 budget. So again, the variance on the expenditures is that ARPA $10 million. We had strong building permits, which have continued into this fiscal year. Our major funds, so increases in fund balance for jail districts and public works, and then a decrease for public health services district, but less than originally budgeted. And a reminder then that we expect to have our financial statements officially audited and released by April 30th this year. So that was a lot for 22, but the next part is to move into the 23 budget update. So before we do that, I just want to pause and see if there is anything I can clarify or any questions or comments on FY22.
All right, members of the board, any comments or questions? As always, Siri, it's very complete, and appreciate the detail which you're providing. So not for me. Any other questions, members of the board? Seeing none, please continue, Siri.
Great. Okay, so that leads us into where we are with fiscal year 23. So we'll have both an expenditure and a revenue update here. So first, if we can go to the next slide, a few of our major revenues. So you're used to seeing these charts. What we have is both our county sales tax and then our state shared sales tax. So top left and then bottom right. And fiscal year 21 is that solid, some of you might see it as a solid red line, but the more solid line is fiscal year 21 on both of these charts. And then there's a dotted line with black dots for fiscal year 22 actuals, so you can compare the trends for the year. And then where we are year to date with 23. So far we have received information on sales that have taken place through November of 2022. So that's our fiscal year 23 data that you see. That's why we only see 5 little squares is our year to date. But this kind of gives a good visual, if you will, to see how we're doing year over year. Historically, we've also shown these slides with fiscal year 20 information, for example, and that's where we could really see what happened with COVID and how things have fallen. But because we seem to be in a more normal pattern right now, we're just showing the last couple of years for comparison. And what we noticed as we look at these is that really the 23 has started out pretty strong in terms of having higher revenue than 22, or exceeding our 22 revenue for sales tax. But that variance seemed to have peaked around September sales. And now you can see where the square and the last year's line are starting to converge. And that's what we thought we would see when we did the budget for this year, is we really thought what we had built in, just as a reminder, was a recessionary outlook starting with the second half of fiscal year 2023. So that's going to be that January, February, March timeline. So, depending on what happens, what we expect to see then is that the blue boxes at some point may cross where FY22 was, and we will fall into the negative category, meaning that compared to last year's sales taxes, the month of December, the month of January really may be below where we were last year. And again, that's okay. That's part of our forecast. It may happen this early. I will note that I had a chance to talk to Alan McGuire yesterday, and he has updated his sort of outlook for that to maybe more of the start of the next fiscal year versus as starting in this fiscal year. But we do have space in our forecast for these lines to cross and to have some reduction in our tax revenues starting this fiscal year. But what we see right now is year to date, we're up 9.6% in our county sales tax, and then we're up 6.2% in our state shared sales tax. But again, that was a higher percentage earlier on, and now again we're getting closer to being almost even with where we were last year. So we're going to keep monitoring it, but so far we're in alignment again with the forecast that we were looking at when we did the budget for fiscal year 23. Then on our next one, we have two other major revenues that are interesting to look at and see the trends on. The first one on the top left is the highway user revenue. And so again, the same line, the lines mean the same thing. So fiscal year 21 is the solid line. Fiscal year 22 is that dashed line, and then the blocks for 23 to help differentiate them. HERF has a little bit other interesting things going on. For one, what we saw in November, for the last 2 years that was not present in November of 21, you can see that solid line was really very low for November 21, where it sort of turned into a peak in November of 22 and fiscal year 22 and fiscal 23. That is because November is now the month where we receive our one-time annual revenue share for transportation related to the recreational marijuana initiative. So that was not in place in fiscal year 21, but that's now added to the funds that we're getting in November of every year for HERF. So that's a new trend that we expect to continue. But what we also see is that HERF tends to be more tied to gas prices than the general overall economy. And so back in July, you'll remember the average gas price in Arizona was pretty high. It was around $5. So as we look at that July number, that can really be explained by what was happening with the gas prices at that time. And then as prices went down, you can see that our revenue improved because it's just a flat dollar per gallon, and we were selling fewer gallons. So again, this is pretty much on trend with the forecast that we have. Maybe we're doing slightly better than our forecast for the year, but not much. But when we compare to last year, we're down 9%, or 0.9% rather. And that really is, again, we think an indicator of those gas prices that we were seeing at the start of the fiscal year. We see something very similar actually in vehicle license.
Madam Chair, if I may. All right. Thanks, Madam Chair. Thank you. I'm reading your lips. Thank you, Madam Chair. Just quickly, Siri, and you, I'm sure you explained. I'm sorry, I got distracted for a second. The peak, I heard you on July, but the peak in October, November, did you say that's gas prices also, or I missed the rationale for that peak?
Sure. No, thank you, Supervisor Ryan. So actually, this is now that new distribution we're receiving once a year for revenue share for the recreational marijuana. So that was part of the revenue share, was to put some towards roads. We get it once a year. That just started in 22. You can see that mountain on the dash line starting in 22 that wasn't there in 21.
Okay. Thank you. Sorry for missing that, and thank you. Appreciate it.
It's okay. All right. And then so vehicle license tax, just really all I was saying is a very, very similar trends we've been seeing lately. Some of this has been impacted by the availability of new vehicles because it is tied to vehicle registrations and new vehicle sales, along with other factors that tend to influence HERF similarly. But really, again, on track with the forecast that we had built into the budget. So that's the good news. We're seeing what we sort of thought we would be seeing, but it is following a little bit less of a typical seasonal trend compared to some of our other revenue sources, just because of various market factors. Also, borrowing rates for vehicles, things like that can really have an impact on this revenue source more than some of the other ones and cause anomalies in the data. So those are the four that we show graphically. But then as we move to the next slide, we have our general fund table. So this sort of pulls it together. So what do those charts mean? Well, in the general fund, what it means is that we are, right now, we've adjusted our forecast for county sales taxes to be 2% above what we originally budgeted for county sales tax. So again, we were expecting to have a strong start to the year and then have our recessionary outlook start perhaps in the January timeframe. We are seeing that, but things remained stronger than originally anticipated for that first half. So we've been able to revise our forecast upwards by 2% for county sales tax, and very similarly, not exactly the same, but similarly for intergovernmental revenues, which can also includes our state shared sales taxes in that line. So we've adjusted the forecasts there. License and permits is another area where we've adjusted that forecast. That's a pretty big number, a 63% increase compared to the budget. When budgeting was done, we did receive information from community development that they were going to have strong license and permit numbers, which is reflected in that 2.2. And we'll know more when departments enter their estimates, which is underway right now. So we'll get those in February. But right now we still seem to be on track for very strong license and permit revenues, specifically in the community development area. So that hasn't slowed down. We've also adjusted upwards our fines and forfeits revenue that was provided originally by the justice courts in their budget. We did see a decline in this revenue, pandemic related, but it seems as though it's back on track to rebound to sort of more of a normal. This is more of a normal level of what we see in revenue there for fines and forfeits. So all in all, as we look at the total at the bottom, our budget was 84.5 million, and we have revised up our forecasts for 23 on the revenue side to 87.9 million. Now, what that would do typically is create some additional one-time capacity, because it really doesn't change our long-term outlook or how we think that our sustainable revenue baseline will be in the future. But it could create a little bit of additional one-time capacity. However, on the expenditure side, what we have been seeing that we need to fold in is additional expenditure pressures from inflation and really from the compensation side of things and new hires and turnover and things like that. We have seen, the cost of taking on new staff has gone up in the last year as we've had recruitment challenges. And I don't want to get too far into that, because that will be covered by Erica Philpott in your next presentation at the next board meeting. But that's one of the things that we're seeing is sort of similar pressure on the expense side that is making some of that revenue growth we've seen compared to budget unavailable, if you will, because there have been other costs that have also increased as we look at that. So right now we have our salaries and benefits pretty much on track. I think we've recently adjusted down again that turnover savings. So now we're on track more for about 2 million of salary savings net to the general fund. Then as we look at operations, while we are forecasting to be under budget in general in operations, specifically, a lot of those dollars then get requested as a carryover because they were for specific initiatives. And so again, it's just a matter of when we spend them, not if we will spend them. So it may look like a change in fund balance or a positive variance in 1 year, but then when we look over time, those appropriations will get expended. And of course, the big story here is the other financing sources. So as we look at the change in fund balance last year, you'll recall we just looked at the unaudited financials where we had a $37 million increase in our general fund balance. As we look at the budget for this year, we had already appropriated to expend a lot of that increase in fund balance. So some of it originally was put towards compensation fund and towards replenishing our repair and reserve fund in facilities. We had the ARPA projects that were carrying over into 23 for facilities, HVAC improvements and energy efficiency, IT, Parks and Rec. So all of those other financing uses really are those special projects that had been discussed and funded either in 22 or during the 23 budget process. And then we also, in the meantime, have had additional carryovers really of some of the support towards emergencies, ongoing emergencies. So support beyond the flood control district loan for emergency management expenses that we experienced this year that were not originally planned for. and some of our other fund support mostly related to those emergencies. So what we're seeing then again is that we are on track, even though we had that large increase in fund balance last year, we are on track to expend the fund balance down then this year as was appropriated in the budget. Then this is very preliminary on the other funds. Like I said, departments are entering their estimates now, so we'll have better figures the next time we do a financial update. But really, we are, as we look at the jail district, they continue to have a similar trend on the sales tax side, so exceeding the budget on the revenue side a little bit. And then on the expenditure side, again, those salary savings that we talked about. So the original budget was to use 9 million of fund balance, but we're on track actually to add to the jail district fund balance this year. In the public health services district, similar so far is we're pretty much on track with the budget actually for when we look at our forecasted change in fund balance, maybe a little bit more vacancy savings than originally anticipated, but nothing too significant there in terms of the overall sort of change in net position. And then public works, again, just depending sort of on the timing of those capital projects. So again, likely it's going to be a carryover appropriation that just spans multiple years. So if the budget isn't used in 1 year on the expense side, it will get moved into the next year on their project schedules. So that's just a preliminary look at the major funds. But like I said, we will come back with better estimates once the departments have a chance to look at things and put their data into the system for us to use as well, since really they're the ones who have the most hands-on knowledge of what's happening and can do the best forecast there. So really for 23, I guess the story that we have, is that our sales tax revenue continues to be really strong in the earlier parts of fiscal year 23. But again, that was in alignment with how we built the 23 budget. We had put some recessionary outlooks starting in the January timeframe. So we won't really know about that until we get those numbers in March. Is that the trend we expect to continue? Has it been maybe delayed into 24 in terms of starting the recession? We don't know, but we'll continue to monitor it and wouldn't be, it would not adjust our forecast if we do start to see some of those declines, because that was what had been anticipated. So while some of the revenues have been exceeding budget, unfortunately on the other side, we've had some corresponding expenditure increases. And so we'll keep that posted, and any available revenue that we're forecasting will come through then in the FY24 budget process as potential one-time funds. But we are on track, as I mentioned, to reduce the general fund balance by 35 million, as was anticipated and budgeted for during fiscal year 23 budgeting. And then as of right now, our major funds look like they might be doing slightly better than their original budget for the year. And I see Steve has popped up, so I want to pause too for any comments.
No, Madam Chair, Siri, I was good. I was just coming back on.
Oh, okay. But one thing I guess I had in my notes, and I'm not sure, Steve, if you want to elaborate on this, but one thing as we look at the 23 summary and we look at that outlook for our major funds, the game changer really was the jail district initiative. As we've gone through this, and the outlook for the jail district and really all the general fund would be very different at this point if we didn't have that. So it's a good time to mention that.
Yeah, thank you, Siri. That is important to note. With regard to the jail district, the general fund commitment to detention, looks at about $18 to $20 million. And so had the jail district election not passed, we would have been looking at how do we then, try to create capacity in the general fund for this project. I think the other game changer was earlier today when we did receive, and you through the board's action, took the action to create the special fund for the flood control matches, the grant matches, additional $12 million that certainly did help, because all these together help us preserve the general fund. And that was one of the themes that we talked about a few weeks ago with regard to our budget and the need for us to preserve the general fund as the main operating fund for the county. So those two things are important to note. Sorry.
Okay, so then moving into the outlook for 24. So of course, we're very early in the fiscal year 24 budgeting process. So some things aren't available, some things will definitely need to be updated. just to point out that on April 4th, we do have Alan McGuire coming to give an economic update. So that will be really great information too, as we continue through the budget building blocks. But as we look at 24, so there's some revenue drivers to consider. February 10th, we'll get the tax abstract for property taxes, because what was really interesting when we look at what the initial numbers that we received, it looked as though new construction may be exceeding our typical around 1% trend to add to the tax base. So it could be possible that we could see a little bit more than just our sort of typical 3, in the range of 3% for property tax increases. As you recall, we have the truth in taxation 2%, or that inflationary adjustment we're allowed to elect on our property taxes, plus then any new construction. So the stronger the new figures are, the better our property tax forecast will look for next fiscal year. But we will get that in February. So that's to be continued. Another thing that impacts us, and this can be positive and negative when it comes to the revenue drivers, but the calendar year 2022 inflation. Because one thing that we see as inflation continues to be high, at some point we do expect some amount of funds to sort of be diverted amongst our taxpayers from sort of discretionary and taxable retail type sales into essentials that tend not to be taxable. So as the cost of food goes up and it takes more of someone's paycheck, just to go to the grocery store, those are not taxed sales. And we can see diversion then from maybe a taxable category like vehicle purchases or clothing purchases or general retail spending. Retail spending has continued to be high right now, but inflation, again, can really have an impact on that. Now, on the other side of things, as the cost of taxable items go up, we do see increased revenue because it's a percentage, right? So as the prices go up, we do see increased revenue, but it's sort of a zero-sum game in terms of how much people have available to spend. And so it's a bit of a positive and a negative indicator, if you will, for our revenues. On the HERF side, of course, gas prices is the #1 driver of what we're going to get in our HERF distribution. Also impacts vehicle registrations along with interest rates and availability of vehicles. And so that impacts both the HERF and the VLT distributions. As we look at 24, it will be interesting to get the information from community development on building permits. Can we continue to expect them to be so much higher than sort of a typical baseline year? Are they catching up on the backlog? What does that outlook look like for building permits? But that's something we're also really looking at for 24 in terms of a major driver. And then intergovernmental opportunities. What that really means, we've seen some unexpected money coming our way, both through ARPA, through the Public Lands Widen Amendment. We don't expect any more of those, but it would be great if we got some more. But there's, intergovernmental opportunity uncertainty, but also then through the Infrastructure and Jobs Act and the Inflation Reduction Act. And we are working with Witt O'Brien's, who is a federal government consulting firm that specializes in those grant opportunities to help us identify what grant opportunities might be out there and align them with our existing priorities. So every department has had a chance to meet with Witt O'Brien's and share their priorities to help try and make that match. And so, it's exciting to see if there's going to be other intergovernmental opportunities available next fiscal year to help us. Then, as we look at our revenue outlook, so a couple things. We have 2 charts here just to point out as we're going into fiscal year 24 to sort of put into context what we're seeing again with the higher than typical revenue. So what you're seeing on your screen is a history of county sales tax. And that red line is if we were to take our fiscal year 95 revenue and just grow it at the rate of actual population for Coconino County and actual Western CPI or inflation. You'll notice that red line, it's on average, on a typical year is going to be about 3% between those two categories, 1.5 to 3.5% range, but about 3% or 2.5 to 3.5, but about 3 every year with some fluctuation. When we get to fiscal year 21, and actually 22 is the last year on this chart, but it's not giving you all the years on the bottom. But so that last, the end here is fiscal year 22. You've noticed the impact really that inflation has had on that line. So that's an unusual change to the trend line. You can see it really spike I'm doing this with my hands to try to visualize where it sort of turns upwards. So if you imagine this 21 trend line continuing out, what you want to do is really visualize it going out into the future, back at a sort of a typical inflation in population, or that 3% line that we see earlier on. We had this one-time sort of like adjustment for the really high inflation, but as it normalizes and gets under control, then we expect it to grow back again at more of that like 3% range. And the reason we show this chart also, because overlaid with this is the black dots of actuals. And this really just shows our philosophy for budgeting by using the past, looking into the future. What we can see is really in most years, we tend to hug that trend line with our actuals. When things aren't really having an unusual expansion or contraction, our actual revenue stays really closely in alignment with what we forecasted based on population and CPI. Then we see periods of expansion like the dot-com bubble around the 2000s. And then of course, housing and what was happening before the Great Recession, where we're trending above that line. So we're getting more taxable revenue than we think is sort of sustainable. So this is really just very illustrative of our financial planning model, because in 2007, when you take that highest bubble back in 2007, if you were to draw a line upwards, a trend line from that point, you can see that we would have been forecasting sort of recurring revenue. I'm sorry, and I don't have my mouse to do this. I don't know, Erin, if you can kind of do with your mouse what I'm explaining. So at fiscal year 07, so the next dot over, you have that high one. If you were to just sort of draw like a line going out into the future with your mouse, you could see that it would be above the trend line that we've developed with population and CPI. So that's why we never take whatever the current year is and budget from that. What would have happened if we did that in FY10, FY11 is that we would have been under forecasting our revenue or our recurring revenue, our sustainable revenue, whereas in a higher year, we would have been over forecasting. So what we saw leading up to the pandemic then again was expansion in the economy in FY20, the COVID recession, where we kind of fell just slightly below our sustainable line, and then the recovery. So this is that 19.5% and that 15% we talked about earlier. So we just want to be really careful with these numbers because you can see how far they've deviated from sort of that sustainable line. So what we expect then as we build our outlook moving forward is to continue to do our outlook based on the trajectory of that red line, and not just starting where we are at this high point and forecasting forward. So we're not taking the 22 high number and then adding to it. We're really expecting that there was some amount of unusual expansion in that, and that we will return to our baseline level, just like we've seen in other expansion periods. Okay, so if we can go to the next one, so that we have the same visual for FY17, and it really just sort of holds, I guess, with our county philosophy in terms of recurring revenues and recurring expenditure alignment. The easiest thing in the world would be to say, well, here's where we are in fiscal year 22, that number that's at the very, very high end, and say it's only up from here, guys. Let's continue to grow, and then grow our budget to that. Because then when that would go down, right, to more of the sustainable level, that's where we would be looking at having to lay off staff or reduce force or reduce programs or things like that. So to try to avoid, again, that sort of budget building and budget cutting, we have stayed with the sustainable outlook, so that we've been able to avoid, even during the Great Recession, where you can see how low we had fallen, we were able to avoid layoffs, and we were able to avoid the negative impacts of having lower revenue just by using our budget strategies that we have in place to keep ourselves in balance. Okay. So then as we just look on the expense side of things, so our expense drivers continue to be salaries and wages, because that's our number one budget category, but also because of what is still happening really in our market for employees. Inflation, the cost of living, competition, all of these things, the minimum wage, they're really impacting our ability to recruit staff, and then the salaries at which we can offer to be successful in bringing those staff on board. And I know Erica will talk a lot more about that at her next meeting, so I won't go too much further on that. But then also knowing in some of our plans, we have a small retirement increase for ASRS, a larger increase for our elected official plan. Our health increases are projected to be 5.4% this upcoming fiscal year. So we have to build that in as just one of our underlying assumptions. Then as we look at our operations and travel, which really is a much smaller part of our overall budget, the first thing that comes out is our mandated payments, and they do continue to remain high with COVID impacts. So restoration to competency, Title 36, they have been trending higher and continue to trend higher than they were pre-pandemic, both from a demand for those services perspective and also just cost of services as we still, work through the provider issues that we had resulting from the pandemic. And then for our departments, the inflation and just the cost of providing their services as well. And for on the travel side, fuel, and also just what we're seeing with general travel, airline prices, things like that. So travel has been up. And as we look at next year, we expect inflation to just continue to impact what we're seeing in operations and travel. And then what we're hearing on the capital side, in particular from Public Works, is the scarcity impact and from facilities really. So the availability to even get what we need to do our capital projects, the competition for that, for those resources from others that also have capital projects going on. So that is something, again, that is an expense driver that is something that we're looking at for fiscal year 24 and just sort of the cost of any capital that we have built in. So in general, our outlook has been that inflation has continued to remain high, which sort of has a trickle through effect both on revenues and expenditures, competition and scarcity. And again, this is what we were talking about with capital, inventory, but also, really with our competition for employees as well. And knowing that salaries and benefits are the largest budget investment that we have. Most of what we do is driven by the personnel side of things versus sort of the operations or the tangible goods kind of side. And then of course on the horizon, there's always those legislative proposals that could impact the budget, in particular the flexibility language, but there can always be others as well that come through that impact us in some way. So as we go to this slide, so what you have here is just it's a point in time snapshot with everything sort of we've talked about. So our unaudited actuals, our 23 forecast, and then our out year forecasts on the general fund plan. And then you'll see it sort of time warps. So you'll see the 24 and 25 forecast and that's in the shaded color there. And then we do a little bit of a time warp just to get you to the last year of the 10 years. So that's fiscal year 32. So really the takeaway here is that what we have as we look through the 10-year plan and the outlook, and I guess it's cutting off a little bit on the emergency reserve, but we're able to stay within, even with the recessionary outlook, and with the flood control district loan and potential payback, we're able to stay within our policy level for the duration of the 10-year plan, with the exception of the very last year. So the very last year, right now, our current outlook with all of our assumptions going all the way through the 10 years shows a $3.2 million change in fund balance that would bring us below our policy level. Now, the caution on this is that, we do try to keep the whole plan in balance for the duration of the 10 years, but 10 years is also a really long time. So generally within our comfort level, we are within, an overall 3% variance. We also have a strong fund balance leading up through the 10 years. So of course, emergencies can change that, other unforeseen things, but we do think we're in a strong enough position right now that there's enough of a runway to change assumptions, to make modifications between now and fiscal year 32 to where, if everything were to come through exactly as forecasted, we would have $3 million to deal with in fiscal year 32. It's very likely assumptions will change in the meantime. Other things happen, we get other one-time revenue, or maybe things don't grow at the same level that we think. That this is just, a point in time. And so it's definitely within the comfort level of balancing, I think, is the main takeaway. Knowing, again, still, as we look several years out, we have the runway through our fund balance to be addressing anything that comes up in the meantime, or be planning, right, to change our assumptions if need be. A lot can change between now and FY32 in terms of revenue opportunities or revenue losses as well. So it's just really a point in time look. But that's sort of the takeaway right on the current snapshot for the general fund. So then as we look, we have other budget building blocks coming up. This is the order in which they're currently scheduled on the agenda. So up next will be Erica doing a compensation update, and Alan again is certain for April 4th on that economic update. And then I just wanted to pause and see, Steve, if you wanted to add anything.
Well, thank you, Siri. Again, Madam Chair, members of the board. These are, I guess, the processes that we take to build the budget. But again, doing the check-in on the current budget and what we're experiencing right now in terms of financial conditions sets the groundwork, because of course we begin next budget with the ending fund balance for this year. And so that's why it continues is to build upon each other. The building blocks that we're referring to, as Siri has indicated, will be important. We've also indicated, or not indicated, but have invited the elected official, the leadership team here to be part of the building block discussions, because this also creates a dual purpose and benefit to provide context to the leadership team, the context by which we're building the budget. So again, they're invited to attend these sessions as well. And so we encourage them to attend for the reason, as I indicated, to create context on the budget process. So Madam Chair, Siri, back to you.
Thank you. Well, actually, that is the end of our slides. So that's all that I have. But of course, we want to open it up as well for board questions or comments.
Thank you, Siri. Appreciate that. And I'm going to turn this over. I have a couple comments. I'm going to turn this over to my colleagues first. Supervisor Ryan.
Thanks, Madam Chair, and thank you, Siri. As always, a comprehensive, quick report, but well done. I appreciate it. You're bringing out the pattern that I want to pay attention to is the impact of inflation and what's going to be happening in this next year. That, along with gas prices, since that will affect the economy significantly. There have been major changes at the federal level that the dynamics are going to shift. So with us taking a look at this new federal money coming in and the opportunity to contract, it could have a potential impact for where we go with our projections there as well. So the scarcity component, I guess you were calling it. So yeah, I look forward to Alan's presentation and appreciate your presentation on this, and nothing significant. And then just that note on that bubble that I missed in transportation. My gosh, I didn't realize marijuana was going to help our highway system, but apparently it is on that. So I really am curious about that, because that's been an underfunded area. And if we get bubbles like that, it'd be interesting to see what the trend is and how it helps. Thank you. Appreciate it.
All right, thank you, Supervisor Ryan. Just a couple comments I will make too. And yes, it's going to be very interesting how our budget plays out. I'm so pleased we do have that 10-year budgeting plan in place. It's obviously served the county well. Having a recession planning as part of that overall 10-year budget, as you can see from your graph on how it's really helped the county weather some difficult times. And I'm pleased we're doing a little bit better than we were projecting at this point in time. Of course, we're probably going to feel it in the future. And then, of course, I think there's some ongoing concerns about the fact that we, Coconino County, as well as much of local government, were able to receive these federal funds, which certainly helped us greatly with ARPA infrastructure and Wyden Amendment funding. And, these were, as people say, once in a lifetime funding. And that's probably true. It opened up opportunities that we had as a county that we have never had before. It allowed us to look at services that we've never been able to develop before. It's allowing us to take a look at some extensive potential flood mitigation projects that we never would have been in a position to do before. So, that's going to play itself out. So as we move forward, and it's going to be really important that we take a very close look at our budgeting and at limitations that we're going to be facing as we move forward. So thank you, Siri. And I know we're going to be spending a lot of time together here, going through the whole budget process. So thank you.
Matt, I don't want to, Madam Chair, I have a question, but I don't want to interfere with the other suits if they have comments.
Supervisor Ryan.
Just Siri, as you know, as you're talking to these other economists out here, it would be, you know, a curiosity factor. I would be interested in asking Alan about thoughts about the multiplier effect. You know, a lot of these funds that are coming in, we are using them. They are impacting our communities. It's not just for what we're spending it on. It's there's that multiplier effect that's occurring, and I'd be curious to just see if you know what the observations are associated with that.
Thank you, Supervisor Ryan. We'll definitely put that on Alan's talking points for him to go over. One of the things he said that was really interesting was similar what you're mentioning on the multiplier effect, where also a lot of the federal money has, and just, you know, pandemic shutdown had caused a lot of people to have higher than usual balances in their savings accounts, their checking accounts. And what he's seeing, or what I guess what Bank of America is reporting, is that you know, that was really high, and that was sort of driving a lot of what we're seeing in that bubble of sales tax, and that it's starting to be on the decline. So they can see that trend sort of going back down to where people's savings and checking accounts are, you know, getting more within a normal range at this point. And so I thought that was really interesting too, some of that being, you know, stimulus money and things like that.
So other comments, questions, members of the board? Seeing none, Siri, thank you again. Appreciate a very, very complete report. And
Madam Chair.
I'm so sorry, Supervisor Fowler. Yes, please.
It's okay, Madam Chair. You know, we have all these the unfunded mandates is still high. I'm not going to bring up others that have already been brought up, and the unfunded mandates, you know, we have our state packet. I think we should outline that in there and say that, you know, this is unfunded mandate, and this is our recommended solution for this, and constantly educate our state legislators and governor and all the state officials on this, and just the impact that it's having on us. And then the ARPA dollars that have come through. And I know you're already working on this, but we're gonna need to know how we're gonna close those out. You know, they're short term, how we hired people, and there's huge projects. How do we start closing those out? So I think those are really important to know, so that we know how we're budgeting. But yes, thank you for the report. That's all I would add.
Thank you, Supervisor Fowler. Other comments, concerns? All right, well, Siri, thank you. And County Manager, I know you and I have talked about the fact we have a couple board members that are not feeling great right now. And I know we have a very important matter here with Flood Control District. And I am wondering if we can amend our agenda to go straight to number 21 for the Flood Control District, and possibly table number 29, the final draft of Fort Hill County Park Management Plan, for a later board meeting.
Yes, Madam Chair and members of the board, we have been talking through Andy to Cynthia Nemeth, and the parks item, very important, but we can slide it to the next meeting. So we do appreciate that, and apologize to Cynthia Nemeth for that. But again, the parks planning piece, we'll put that on a near future agenda so we can get that closed out. But this time we do have the staff necessary to proceed with the Flood Control District presentation.
Thank you, County Manager, and thank you, Cynthia Nemeth and your staff, all the work you've done. We're going to get to it, and thank you for your flexibility. And with that, members of the board, we are going to go to our last item on the agenda for today, item 22, presentation, update, and discussion regarding the Flood Control District's current financial status and staffing needs with regards to supporting the implementation of the Schultz Pipeline long-term flood mitigation projects and consideration and possible action to approve a one full-time employee FTE to serve as the district communities relations manager for a 3-year time period. Members of the board, before we get to this item, we must resolve as the Flood Control District Board of Directors. Do I have a motion?
So moved.
Motion by Supervisor Ryan. Do I have a second?
Second.
Second by Supervisor Fowler. All those in favor, please signify by saying aye.
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 Thank you. It is unanimous, and we are now going to item number 22. And County Manager, unless you have comments to make, I see that our Flood Control District Administrator, Lucinda Andriani, is with us. And Lucinda, before we get started, just for clarification's sake, I know we're getting some discussions on the financial status with regards to the short-term, or I'm sorry, long-term mitigation. Are we making any action on the long-term mitigation, the financial investment for long-term mitigation, or is that subject to getting further information from the federal government? That would be my first question.
That is subject to getting the confirmation from the federal government. The financial discussion was led by Siri this morning regarding establishing that committed fund. Yes. And I do appreciate, thank you for taking that action this morning. This afternoon is a financial update, as well as we'll discuss adding one staff person to support the community relations and communications roles.
Yeah, thank you. And I appreciate that clarification. I think that's helpful for the board as well. And that's why we removed it from the consent agenda, is to get an update and with specificity from Siri on what we were doing and taking individual action on that, because I think it's very important. So thank you, Lucinda. And unless there's some other questions, I'm going to go ahead and turn it over to Lucinda. Thank you.
All right. Thank you, Chair and members of the board. Appreciate you hanging in there. I know some of you aren't feeling very well, and I appreciate you hanging in there so we can have, we'll try to move through this as quickly as we can, but certainly, of course, ask questions. Sean is got the presentation up here, as I just indicated. Today, really the only action item is to consider approving an FTE for the Flood Control District for a community relations manager position for a 3-year term appointment. And that would, and I'll talk more about this in a few minutes, but that position would focus on, we're probably expecting to have somewhere 25 to 35 community, what we call flood corridor meetings and other community meetings related to the flood mitigation, as well as all the communications that support that, not only with those impacted by the flooding, but with the media, with the board, a lot of other communications efforts. And right now we're relying both on public works and public affairs, which particularly during the summer is very impactful when we have all the flooding events. Then I'll quickly walk through an update on the federal funding situation, and then Sean will provide a financial update. He's got some great data and information that he's put together, and then Jeremy will review the 10-year plan, and then we'll come back to the staffing. Next slide, please, Sean. So federal funding, I'm not going to go through this first set of slides because these were in the last presentation that we made on January 11th. But overall, as you're aware, within the omnibus federal appropriations bill, we had $50 million within 2 projects within the Emergency Watershed Protection Program. Those were funded, as well as $40 million through the U.S. Forest Service disaster relief funding that was provided by Congress as well through the omnibus bill. Those we have not still received formal confirmation What I understand, I've been working very closely with the Washington office, actually here at a meeting right now with the Deputy Undersecretary, Merrill Harrell, and in talking with she and some others at high level USDA, they are actually waiting for an OMB appropriations of that funding. Typically that would be done within a month, but so we're working with our Washington representatives to inquire at OMB, how long do they think this will take? And then are there other options for freeing up some funds so we can get started on the near-term projects, which the goal is to go to construction within the Wapaki Trails and Brandis corridors and to both on and off forest this spring prior to the monsoon season. But if we don't get that funding, that will become very difficult. So go ahead, Sean, and scroll down. So again, some of these just recap some of the overall pieces. There's no financial match to the Forest Service funding. There is a financial match to the NRCS, and that was part of the action this morning, was to create that committed fund. Really appreciate Siri working with us to identify that as an opportunity. I think that's great that that's being held in the general fund to potentially match that grant if needed. We are also going to be working at the state level to get state support for offsetting that match and our ineligible costs as well. So on to the next slide there. I think important to note that we are receiving upwards of $4 to $5 for every dollar that we're investing. And that's just the federal funding. Again, we hope to supplement that with some significant state funding as well. Now go ahead and move on to Sean's updates. I just want to add that our congressional offices, particularly Senator Kelly's office, has been continuing to be instrumental in working with us to identify what are the issues with getting the funds released and working with us to make those inquiries and hopefully move that process along. Just tremendous support from Senator Kelly's staff and from Senator Kelly himself. He personally called Secretary Vilsack to weigh in on this, to talk about how important this is. So anyway, really do appreciate that support. Go ahead, Sean. Sean will provide a current financials update for you. Thank you.
Yep. Thank you, Lucinda. Good afternoon, Madam Chair, members of the board. Thank you again for the opportunity to join you all and share some updates and information with you today. Again, my name is Sean Puyama. I serve as the business manager for the Flood Control District. Just to start, just a little recap of some of the information that was shared on the 11th. After the initial emergency flood events, the district went to the board and requested financial support to cover the cost of the response. This resulted in the board approving two requests, the first on July 22nd for $5 million, the second on October 17th for an additional 10.5. While the initial request was for emergency support, the second request was to help cover the additional costs associated with the response, as well as planning for small scale mitigation projects in fall of 2022. In the end, a total of 15.5 was allocated to the flood control district from the general fund. As of the end of 2022, we have put the cost of the emergency response efforts for the Schultz Pipeline flood season at roughly about $8.9 million. This next slide breaks out how the costs were allocated over the emergency response period. You can see this chart that we has the work being done broken into 4 categories. First, the mitigation efforts pertaining to sandbags and barriers in the neighborhoods to protect structure and resident homes. The cost of that effort was roughly about $4.3 million. We did apply to NRCS to help cover these costs through their exigency program, which was provided us with about $2.2 million in financial support through reimbursements. Through the NRCS exigency program, we were responsible for a 25% district match, which is about $651,000. And that match cost was initially charged to the district. The Department of Forestry and Fire Management, or DFFM, was another partner that was able to help us secure state fundings for reimbursement. DFFM helped cover almost all of the on-forest and off-forest costs for the debris removal efforts, which totaled to about 4.2 million of the total cost of the emergency response efforts. This was a big benefit for the district as these reimbursements weren't necessarily planned, and through the work and partnership with emergency management, Wes and his whole team, we were able to submit and help qualify for these funds. The 4.8 million here shown in the reimbursement from DFFM does include the on-forest and off-forest totals, as well as the 651,000 NRCS match for the exigency project. Lastly, there's the 422,000 costs associated with what we're calling employee costs. These include salaries, equipment costs, and other costs that are eligible for reimbursement through DEMA. Once you add up the total of these reimbursements, you see we have a reimbursement total of roughly 7.4 million. Now, when you compare that against what was charged to the emergency response, you'll see that the actual cost to the district ended up being about 1.5 million. We were very fortunate to have DFFM reimbursements help cover a lot of these costs. We've also been very fortunate to have a very quick turnaround with regards to these reimbursements. Both NRCS and DFFM have been very responsive and quick, as all the requests for the reimbursements from those two agencies have been processed and received within less than 90 days. DEMA, unfortunately, will take a little bit of time, and we don't expect reimbursement until sometime next fiscal year. Now, the next set of slides are to help highlight where we are with regards to the impact of the small scale projects we have planned for fall of 2022. If you recall from one of the previous slides, when we went to the board for the additional 10.5 million in October, a portion of those funds were to be used to help support the initial round of projects, which were to begin in fall of 22. This slide shows a list of those projects that we had the ability to begin immediately to impact mitigation efforts prior to next year's flood season. These projects were essentially shovel ready and projects that we could do right away, but we needed the funding to begin. These projects were planned and budgeted using the remaining balance of the general fund loan while we awaited status of the NRCS and Forest Service funding. The total estimated amount for the projects is roughly about 5.2 million. Fortunately, because we did have funds available from the 15.5 million general fund loan, we were able to begin work on several of these projects. The projects highlighted in orange are projects that are at least 90% complete, or in some instances 100% complete. The Shot Creek projects for North and South Paintbrush are 100% complete. The burn projects are near completion, as well as the Copeland Basin cleanout. But unfortunately, due to weather and some of these remaining projects have been halted or delayed until the conditions approve. Another piece that I would like to highlight on this slide is notated by the double asterisks on the cost section of these projects. These projects and their associated costs are important because these are projects that have been pre-approved for reimbursement through DFFM. You know, again, DFFM has been a key partner with the county and the district with providing financial support, and these particular projects were planned to be charged to the district initially, but due to Wes and his team's efforts, these costs are now eligible to be fully reimbursed. The district will still have to cover the cost initially, as this is a reimbursement process, but we are eligible for full reimbursements on these projects.
Sean, I also want to add that some of the projects that were in the small scale plan originally were also within the NRCS and U.S. Forest Service projects that are within that funding stream. So we are moving those projects to that funding stream so that we get that reimbursement, you know, for, again, Forest Service 100% payment, NRCS 75%. But again, we'd be looking for NRCS to make the match on that grant, or DFFM to make the match, help us make the match on that grant as well. So that's why the total here is less than what had been originally borrowed. We were able to shift those again away from the general fund loan funds and pick those up under those, given that Congress had approved that and the president approved that funding.
Yeah, thank you, Lucinda. And then the last piece is just this North and South Paintbrush Storm Inlet expansion. This has been pushed to spring of 23, but it was initially budgeted for the fall of 22, which is why it's included in this total. Based on the cost of these projects, and this is including $1 million for possible integrated mitigation areas as well as engineering costs, the total is about $6.6 million. For spring of 2023. But if we include the pre-approved reimbursements from DFFM, we see an actual cost to the district of a little more than $3.9 million. And because we've already completed a few of these projects, we have already submitted invoices for reimbursement, and we are hoping to hear back from DFFM on those items soon.
And so we'll actually submit everything to DFFM, and we'll see what they will approve. We've gotten pretty good direction from them, working closely with them as to what they will cover. And I do believe they will cover some of the additional costs that are there as well.
Yes, thank you, Lucinda. So to kind of recap, once we have allocated all the costs associated with the emergency response and the small scale projects for fall 23, fall 22, as well as the various reimbursements we have submitted and received and plan to receive, you'll see that from the $15.5 million that came from the general fund, we end at a final balance of roughly $9.6 million left over. This is what we have left over to move into spring of 23. If you deduct that amount from the initial 5.5 or 15.5 million, you'll see that the county or the district has a cost of about 5.8. That is the cost that will not be reimbursed and is essentially what we have paid out of pocket for the response and initial small scale projects. And considering when you look at the emergency response cost of 8.9 million, it's pretty amazing to see how impactful that partnership with NRCS and DFFM have been when it comes to providing the financial support. And so one key point that I did want to bring up really quick regarding this 9.6 is in a few moments, Jeremy will go over the 10-year plan for the flood control district. And in his presentation, he'll touch on that remaining balance of the 15.5 as well, and the impacts that it has on the 10-year plan. But I want to go ahead and preface that you'll see a slight variation in his numbers because his plan covers the entire fiscal year, and his numbers include all the assumption and impacts over the fiscal years, whereas these numbers here on this slide are directly correlated with what we've been doing with the 15.5 million since we received it. So just wanted to give that heads up. Now, quickly go over the plans of spring 23 and how that impacts the general fund loan and to a certain extent our cash flow. Currently, we are planning on moving forward with $16.8 million worth of projects in 2023, spring of 2023. These projects will not be paid entirely by the district and will include projects that have been covered by NRCS and the Forest Service out of the 50 million that we have been awarded. The Forest Service projects have an estimated total of about 5.8 million, which will be 100% reimbursable. This graph shows 5.1 million for NRCS, which is the 75% match on their end, and that's reimbursable as well. The 5.7 million in green, that's the total cost to the district that includes all the associated costs that are not eligible for reimbursement. These costs include items such as the 25% match to NRCS, any additional technical assistance costs that were not approved, and any ineligible construction costs for the NRCS projects. Now, Depending on how things go, there's a chance that that 5.7 cost to the district can be reduced if we are able to take advantage of support from DFFM to cover the match, as Lucinda mentioned earlier, as they did for the exigency project. Or if we're able to eligible for additional reimbursements through NRCS with regards to getting additional technical assistance support.
Can I ask a question here real quick before we go
Sure.
forward, Sean? And, I understand we hope, and we have not gotten this money yet. So I think that's really important for the public to know. But we certainly, especially with the advocacy of our senators, we certainly are hopeful that it's going to happen. But as I understand it, there's 2 buckets of federal monies that we're hoping that we're going to get that will total 90 million. Is that correct? And it's one is from the Department of Agriculture, which is emergency funding, which does not require a match. And correct me if I'm wrong, but that's what I'm understanding, correct?
Yeah, that's the U.S. Forest Service funding, the disaster relief funding coming through the U.S. Forest Service will not require a match.
And so the second group of money that we're hoping to get is this 50,000 that you're referring to right now, which is through NRCS or EWPP funding. Is that correct?
It's 50 million, right?
And
50 million for the flood mitigation within the neighborhoods.
And so of this $50 million of NRCS federal funds, again, that we are hoping to get, fingers crossed, but it looks good, is that is going to require a match. And that match is basically for every $5, we've got to give them $1 back. Is that right? 5-to-1 match?
It's actually 4-to-1. It's 25%.
25%, yes.
25%.
Correct.
All right. And so when you're going through this, and this is a long way to get to my question. So when you're going through this, what you're talking about, we have 2 things. We have an estimated cost of it, and then how much we think we could get reimbursed. And is that inclusive of the match we need to make plus ineligible costs? Or is it just factoring in the match that we're going to need to pay, or what?
So, Madam Chair, this 5.7, this factors in the match, any excess TA that we won't be reimbursed for, as well as any ineligible construction costs.
So it factors in everything, including the match.
Correct, yes.
Got it. Thank you. That was my question.
And I've been working with NRCS as well on the discussion about, getting more of the construction costs deemed eligible, as well as the TA, and potentially securing some additional TA as well. And, those conversations are going well until they actually get the formal notification from DC. Then we will actually work those details out. But we had an opportunity last time to get more technical assistance funding, and we'll certainly be pursuing that.
And just again, before, I don't want to get too far ahead, but this is because of this 4-to-1 match, as well as these ineligible costs, we are going to be looking for DFFM funding at the state level in hopes of reimbursing, assisting, whatever you want to call it, us with regards to these additional expenses that will not be covered by the 50 million federal monies, correct?
Correct.
Correct, yes.
Thanks.
Okay, so again, those are just some of the assumptions that may or not be applicable, but if we assume, to your point, Madam Chair, that we do have to pick up the total cost of those ineligible and additional costs to the district, and we aren't able to get support through DFFM or other avenues, the cost would be about 5.7 million. And then if we deduct that from what our initial loan balance was of 9.6, when we end spring of 23, we will still have a positive balance of that 15.5 million of 3.9 million. So we started at the 9.6 after fall and after response. With the addition of the spring costs, we will end roughly around 3.9 or 4 million for the end of the fiscal year. Now, to kind of touch a little bit on what you were asking about, Madam Chair, to kind of help explain the ineligible costs that would go to the district, this next slide was in the original presentation that we did on the 11th, and I do think it's important to recap it because it will show what we are estimating as total ineligible costs that will need to be paid by the district over the next 3 fiscal years. We are estimating that 10.4 million of what will be required in matching funds for the NRCS or for the NRCS match is that construction match of 25%. We are also estimating that we will have excess TA costs of about 1.8 million. Currently, NRCS provides us with 13% of the total construction costs for technical assistance, but due to the scope of these projects, we will more than likely exceed that cost. Also, there are some other ineligible construction costs that we will have to kind of take on, and those are estimated at about 7 million for all of the projects that we have planned over the next 3 fiscal years. There's also an additional 1 million we've added in for additional support costs. That can include elements pertaining to things such as the right-of-way services, community communication efforts, and other components that will be essential to the project. But over the timeline of the 3 years, we are looking at an estimated 20 million ineligible costs to the district. So we know that a lot can change in 3 years, but as we look to the future now and think about these estimated costs that could be assigned to the district, it's obvious we don't have the funding to cover the entire estimated 20 million in costs from the district. But luckily, as you know, we have the 12 million in ARPA Widen funding that is available and has been allocated to possibly support these costs. With addition of that funding, as well as the remainder of the 3.9 million from the general fund loan, we have an estimated balance of about 15.9 million available to help offset these costs going into FY24. Now, hopefully we will be able to find additional financial support and have the continued support of DFFM and other agencies to help cover these costs. But, based on the overall work that's been done so far, we've really been able to make that initial 15.5 million work really well in our favor over this past couple months. And with that, I'll stop briefly to see if there are any questions before we transition over to Jeremy and the 10-year plan.
Yeah, thank you very much. Thanks for this. And I really appreciate all the graphs. You're making it easier for us. So thank you, Sean. Any questions, comments at this time? Supervisor Ryan.
Yeah, charts and graphs. Madam Chair, just highlighting your point when you were asking about the DFFM money, probably more so for the edification of other folks. It brings back the point of what you were discussing, or we had a point that came up during the legislative, noting that the governor's budget is zeroed out, and why you and we as the county need to bring that to their attention. That is very important that these things are incorporated in their budgets. And so another area that we're working, as you were noting before, to the general public when you were speaking. So that was that. And then, Madam Chair, I can't miss the opportunity of 50,000, 50 million, whatever, I'm just, when Lucinda corrected you very nicely there. Yeah. Thanks, Madam Chair.
Yeah, absolutely. So, and I think another note that's really important for the public, and we indicated this as well earlier, I think a number of supervisors, and that is that we are in such a unique position right now. The reason we're able to even look at this and look at the kind of long-term mitigation and what needs to be done to help these devastated communities is due to the fact that we are receiving this really once in a lifetime funding. So, if is anything you can say about the fact that it was this last summer that we went through these 2 wildfires and over 45 separate flooding events, is that it coalesced with the influx of federal monies to local government. And without that, we would really not even be looking at this right now. It would, we would not have the means or the ability. And I want to make that clear, and also to thank our congressional delegation, our senators, and then Congressman O'Halloran and others that really stepped up to hear the plight of Coconino County and so many of our communities, and really went to bat for Coconino County. So, and our incredible staff that made sure they didn't forget us. And, you know, I had an opportunity to see the Forest Service chief down in outside of Phoenix. And, you know, I walked in and he says, Coconino. I mean, we have made a lasting impression on the folks back in DC. And, you know, I think thanks to you, Lucinda, your staff, and really the whole county and the rest of the board for really bringing the story of devastation and the needs of our residents forward. So, you know, this is, you know, we're looking at this, it makes you catch your breath, makes me catch my breath, but we're also in a position for every dollar that we spend, we get $4 back to help our communities. So I just want to underscore that. And now let's take a look at that 10-year plan. So.
And thank you, Chair, for noting that. And frankly, we probably should do a communication, a letter to Senator Wyden, because Senator Wyden during the ARPA discussion injected an amendment to say that those counties that are heavily, you know, have a lot of federal land within them and therefore have lost a lot of their so far, you know, lost tax base in that sense, really need additional funding to support. And lo and behold, you're right. We were very fortunate that it showed up at this time. I think, frankly, looking at the strength of the flood control district and the general fund, which Siri shared with you a bit earlier, we probably could have mustered this, but it would have been over a much, much longer period of time, probably 2 to 3 times the time frame that we can look at now to implement these projects. So that is a huge benefit to this county and many counties that are experiencing very similar. I'm up here in Colorado right now, and counties in Colorado, New Mexico, California that are experiencing very similar devastation from wildfires. So, all right, we'll turn it over to Jeremy. I think we started down this path, and both with the general fund and the flood control district fund. Frankly, I expected things to be financially much, much worse than they are. We've been very fortunate on the reimbursements, the Wyden funding. So turn it over to Jeremy to walk through some of these details. Jeremy?
All right, starting over here. Can you hear me?
There
now?
we are.
Okay. Thank you, Chair, Vice Chair, for having me today. I wanted to start with the 10-year plan at the top so that I can recap that. What we're doing for this first section, this first big box down here, is capturing the base budget of the flood control district and forest restoration, and showing you really unencumbered without emergency response and recovery at any of the post-wildfire flooding grants and reimbursements, so that you can see that the fund is sound when taken on its own. Scrolling down, we're starting in the post-wildfire flooding grants and reimbursement revenues. And I've captured everything that Sean has talked about as far as revenues are concerned for FY 23, 24, and 25. And then what I've done down below is entered in the expenses for each of the projects that are associated with that funding by fiscal year. And I know Lucinda has a great Excel spreadsheet that tells you which projects go to which numbers. Scrolling down to the bottom part, what Sean was referring to earlier, I have the general fund loan balance of 15.5 at the beginning of fiscal year 23, all of our response costs and expected reimbursements. My reimbursements are higher because I am including DFS reimbursements, and this is the end of fiscal year 23. It gives us a remainder of the general fund loan balance of 9.7 million. And then 24 roll in. Then we bring in our new response for project costs of 62 million. And our reimbursements expected coming back from those, giving us a total cost to the district of 7 million in fiscal year 24. Moving into 25, that shortens our general fund loan of 2.7. And then here is where I'm bringing in about 3 million for the widened fund support, the ARPA funds. And you'll see in this plan that I've only established about 9 million at this point in time. I do expect that we may very well use the full 12 million, but just for if everything goes perfectly and smoothly and all the projects go through like we're planning, then we may only really need 9 million at this point in time, but we very well could rely on the full 12. With this, we're going to pull in the 2.7 of the general fund remainder. We'll have our response and project costs of 29 million, our expected reimbursements of 24 million, a total cost of 5.8 million. And this is important. We worked with Siri to figure out the timing of the general fund loan payback, the initial 15.5 million. And she said, yes, we're good to put it in FY25, begin the payback there, which freed up 3.1 million in 24. And over the next 5 fiscal years, we will fully repay back the general fund loan in FY29. And I want to now turn it over to Lucinda to go back up to the base budget for flood control district to point out a very important aspect that we've added in.
I think one thing that's really important is that we have preserved the forest restoration dollars, and that's really critical. If we're not going to continue to do this over and over again, you know, we've got to continue to invest in forest restoration, complete the Bill Williams Mountain project, and then very, very importantly, move to the Upper Rio. The Upper Rio presents a catastrophic impact that we've seen nothing the likes of. If we get burning on the west side of the peaks in the Upper Rio watershed, that will just create unbelievable flooding through the city of Flagstaff and devastate the entire county's economy, since Flagstaff is the economic hub. So we need to turn our attention to that. Where Jay Smith, of course, our forest restoration director, and I are still investing a lot of time and effort into moving that partnership forward with the Forest Service, with the city of Flagstaff. This is really crucial. And we do show in this plan that we're maintaining those funds that had been identified as a priority by the board since 2017, actually. In addition to that, if you scroll down a little bit, we are showing that in about a little over a year, we will resume setting aside funds for both flood control district directed capital projects. I'll call it traditional flood control, not post wildfire, but traditional flood control. As you know, we've had projects on the books since 2015, 2016, and frankly, way prior to that. Supervisor Ryan will tell you that our projects within our special flood hazard areas, FEMA flood hazard areas, that need to at some point get constructed. And we did one of those. We did the project in Mountain Dell, but we need to move forward with projects in Fort Valley, and the other floodplains, Kachina Village, tremendous risks there. And we need to move forward with those projects. And then also initiating at that same time frame, funding toward jurisdictional projects as well. So to initiate that program and begin to work with the other towns and cities on supporting specific types of projects that would contribute to flood control, not necessarily drainage, but flood control, and working with them to initiate that program. And certainly, obviously, how this all plays out may affect those specific dollar amounts over time, but that is built into this 10-year plan. So With that, Jeremy, I think you can go back to the bottom line here and we can go from there. So.
Yes, so when taking into account the base budget for flood control district and the funds that we're putting out for the projects, the negative fund balances you see here at the end for the post-wildfire flooding, we are showing a negative fund balance in fiscal year 28.
Jeremy, I'm sorry, and it may just be me, but can you speak up a little bit? I'm having a hard time hearing you.
Sure.
Yeah, maybe you have to put your headgear on, Jeremy. I don't know. It's.
Well, I'll yell at my laptop. Hear me now? Is that any better?
Yeah, get closer maybe is two.
So over here, you can see that we are showing a negative fund balance in the out years in fiscal year 28, 29, and 30. And working with Siri, it's very high potential that that's within range of error. So we have salary savings over the years. Different projects don't go through at the same time that we have planned, and that would free up the negative fund balance for that.
All right. Thank you, Jeremy.
Any questions, comments?
Madam Chair, if I could.
Yes, Supervisor Ryan.
I want to thank you, Lucinda, Sean, Jeremy, everybody. We've had quite a team on this, Siri from finance, or budget and finance. Just really refining this. It's really important. Obviously there you have assumptions that you'll speak to associated with it. But we're starting to refine this to a point of the what if factors, what to do, how to respond associated with it, and where we're focusing. I do want to note or highlight the other jurisdictions element being built in fiscal year 25. We need time to reach out and develop our approach associated with it, as well as the capital projects and the forest restoration. As noted, we need to stay on top of that one. And actually, there is that link to our conversation that we had earlier today as it relates to the Forest Service presentation and why the motorized closures as a recommendation that they're bringing forward to help to protect the watersheds that could have tremendous impact on our economy and areas of vulnerability to our populations and communities. So very important associated with that. So all in all, in looking at this, really appreciate the additional work that's been put forward. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Yes, thank you. And I know that this is the overview at this point, and we're still waiting for verification of our federal monies. And it's, as I said, we are in a one-time opportunity to be able to really leverage the funding we have received from the federal government to take a look at doing some long-term mitigation for our very devastated communities. And there's a risk involved in this, and that is that we've got $20 million that we are looking as the flood control district, and that's a lot of money. And it's a lot of money for a portion of the flood control district. It's a lot of money for to handle the events in the emergency of last summer. And so we're going forward and looking at this, taking as much advantage as we can of the federal monies coming in. But we also have to be aware of a risk of possible further or future emergencies happening here to Coconino County that would take a flood control response and utilization of flood control monies. And of course, this is all contingent on getting the monies from the federal government, which I think we're feeling pretty good about. And also it has an effect on the rest of the flood control district, and the money is available for projects for the rest of the district, and really a need probably at least for a year for a moratorium on certainly any kind of substantial projects for the flood control district. But with that, I think that really appreciate the work that has been done, the advocacy that has been done, and just keeping the eye on the prize of saving our money for forest restoration, which is necessary, so this doesn't keep getting repeated over and over again. And at the same time, doing what we can for our devastated communities. So yeah, as we persevere and we move forward, and thank you so much for your guidance, Jeremy and Lucinda, Sean, and the team, and hard decisions to make, but thank you so much for all your help.
Madam Chair.
I'm sorry, County Manager's got his hand up.
Just wanted to add one other opportunity we're pursuing is a direct allocation from the state. In addition to the DFFM reimbursements, we do, other counties, during those emergencies have received direct allocations through state legislation. And so we will be pursuing direct state funding as well, in addition to DFFM reimbursements. Thank you.
Thank you. Anything we could do to make that 20 million less, that the bottom line less, we need. And I can only assume that Coconino County will go full speed ahead to try to do exactly that. So thank you, County Manager, and thanks for that update. Other comments from members of the board? Seeing none, I think, Lucinda, you have another part of this, another matter. Is that correct?
Yes.
And Lucinda, if I may, so this slide is in your plan. I don't know if I need to cover it completely, but I did want to mention in what I forgot to mention in the 10-year plan, we do have budgeted the new FTE in the out years. So that's all inclusive, what you just saw. And the next slide, Sean, is the same graph that I just covered, but it's important to note that the total cost to the district for response costs and flood mitigation projects is somewhere around 15%. But when we apply the ARPA widening funds, the $9 million that I have in the 10-year plan, this drops to about 7.5%. And again, the general fund loan is repaid by FY29.
Yeah.
Okay, Sean.
Great. Thank you, Jeremy.
Thank you.
So today it would request consideration for establishing a staff position within the flood control district, specifically to provide, go ahead and go to the next slide there, specifically to provide for community relations and communications support. First wanted to kind of recap the current approved flood control district staffing. These are I'll say the direct flood control district staffing that is in the budget currently, which totals about, if you add up the funding that we'll go to the next slide, it's 9.67 total FTEs. If you go to the next slide, Sean, you'll see that out of that 9.67, there is a set of people within community development that have been funded, that are being funded through the flood control district. And then basically about 2.67 of the 9.67 are within community development and manage the National Flood Insurance Program, as well as process drainage permits, review developments, those types of things. And then within Public Works, there's a half a FTE that's paid for by the flood control district at this time. The board may remember that several years ago, there was a decision to begin a transition process to transition the FTEs, both within community development and Public Works, that are not doing direct flood control work, back to the general fund for for those within community development, or back to the transportation fund or public works for those within public works that are not contributing directly to the flood control district. Some of those FTEs, though, will continue to remain because they are supporting the National Flood Insurance Program and drainage permits within the county. So, for example, the engineering supervisor, the engineering technician, the hydrologist, those will remain. The other positions, though, that aren't contributing directly would transition back. And this will be a proposal that we will make as part of the FY 2024 budget process. And we've been slowly moving pieces of those positions over the year. This is a historic remnant from the Great Recession, when frankly Mike Townsend made a decision to move some of those FTEs into the flood control district because of the severe impacts from the recession on the general fund. And so we've been in this, I'll say, right sizing process for some time. We want to continue that. That'll be part of the FY 24 process. So in total, we'll shift 1.5 FTEs, both out of CD and out of Public Works, back into their respective funds. And Syria is aware of this and that this is going to be pursued. The next slide, please. So this just captures kind of what's financially in the budget right now. Financially within the budget, the total salaries and benefits for those that original set of 9.67 FTEs that are in the budget now is a little over $1 million. Many of those, several of those positions are not filled right now. So we've got, technically we have salary savings of over 300,000. And then in terms of adding the cost this year, if you decide to approve the community relations manager position, and we're estimating this cost with salaries and EREs, that additional cost would be 37,916 because it's not for an entire year, right? It's basically going to be about around a quarter of the year. And then next year, we also will request the ability, we also intend this year to also fill the program manager 3 position that is already approved and within the budget. So to assist both with the flood mitigation work. As you're well aware, I mean, in total, we're undertaking somewhere upwards of $110 million worth of work. And to be totally honest, I'm becoming a big bottleneck in that process. And we need support for moving various pieces of the work forward if we're going to execute these projects, as well as, you know, all the elements that go on working with the agencies to get the agreements in place and those types of steps that are going to be needed. So in total cost for filling the vacancy within the program manager 3 vacancy within flood control district and the community relations manager position, which would be a new FTE for a 3-year term, would be $78,541 against this year's budget. Next slide, please. And so this just kind of recaps some of what I said, is that we're again currently requesting an FTE for that 3-year term appointment for the community relations manager position. And then within that budget, the FY24 budget, we will request the shift of the 1.5 FTEs out of CD and Public Works, as well as adding an FTE in FY24 for an administrative specialist 3. We underfilled the program manager 2 position with an administrative assistant to get that support within the group. There's really only 4 of us right now. And of course, Jay's one of the 4, and he spends the lion's share of his time on forest restoration. There's really only 3 of us that are that are dedicated to that effort right now. So we would add that in our request for that FTE in FY24 because we're using an FTE that Jay expects. Originally, it was approved as a program manager 2 for forest restoration last year. We didn't need it because the Forest Service isn't ready to move forward with some of those projects on the west side of the peaks, but we're certainly hopeful that next year at some point we will warrant filling that position and getting support for Jay to take those projects to the ground and start getting that work done, hopefully. So, but again, that's within the FY24 budget process, and we'll be presenting that as part of that budget process. So today we're focused on the community relations position. And again, that role will encompass managing our public meetings, preparing the materials for those public meetings, working with the engineers and so forth, to do that with myself, to prepare for those meetings. And it'll also be responsible for the various communication efforts that we undertake for the flood control district, both related to flood control and forest restoration. That those communications produce products such as the flood guides that we do for the flood areas, the flood advisories, updating the website, providing responses to the media when there are media inquiries, producing press releases, and that will help alleviate a lot of the pressure that we've been putting both on Public Works, Mark Delarocca, as well as the Public Affairs communications team. So of 2 people, Joan and Stephen. So, and that will be particularly valuable this summer when we get into flood response again and have someone that can assist with managing all those communications and including communications with the board. So, so that is the reasoning behind requesting that 3-year term appointment. Next slide. If you add up the various costs in terms of staffing, and you look at if you next year approved the additional FTE and then have the cost for the additional FTE for the community relations manager, the total impact to the budget is $40,000 in the fiscal 24 budget. So to be completely honest, if we can pull off $110 million worth of projects and add $40,000, I think it's 0.000% or something like that. So we've got a small but very mighty team, but this asset I think will be particularly important to making sure that we're communicating effectively and working with the communities that are impacted. And again, this just kind of reiterates what I just pointed out in terms of the positions that the vacant position being filled now, what would be filled next year. This kind of highlights the intention. And again, most of that cost is already in the budget beyond a $40,000 additional cost starting next year. So with that, I'm happy to answer any questions. And Steve, I don't know if you have any additional comments you'd like to share.
Yeah, just in closing, Madam Chair, the presentation that the flood control district has presented is supported and recommended by myself and my team here. It does, of course, take a lot of staffing to accomplish the work that's been laid before us, and the staffing needed to professionally manage the projects that are going to be with us for the next at least 3 years will be important. It also balances the need of the district. It's an obligation and a need for the district to restart jurisdictional funding to the towns and cities within the county, and then also for the flood control district to start projects that have been on the list for a couple of years now that are in the county themselves. And so it's trying to balance a lot of different pieces. But again, going back to the original slides, we have gotten some very good luck in terms of funding from the Wyden Amendment funding. It also, the payback to the general fund is shorter than anticipated. And so it does preserve the general fund. And again, that's another kind of a preamble for us here at the county, is to preserve the general fund. And so I think this plan is as challenging as it has been to residents especially, does provide us the opportunity to balance it all and everything going forward for the next 3 years. Again, hoping that we don't have other emergencies. And you raise a good point, Madam Chair, is that if we have another emergency, we will respond. As we have in other emergencies throughout the county, we will respond. However, it does, at some point become a challenge with regard to the general fund to be the responsive party. But again, we will respond to future emergencies to the extent that we can. Thank you.
Thank you very much, County Manager. And yes, I think service is what we do. Public service is what we do best. And there is obviously risk involved in all of this, but there certainly is the needs out there that have more than been outlined here this afternoon. I'll make a couple preliminary comments and then open this up. There have been a tremendous amount of work that has been done with Flood Control District, and they've had to rely to a great extent on Public Works. And it's been fabulous, and thank you, Public Works, for all of your help that you have done. And quite frankly, it's been taxing for Public Works, and I get that. And also, we're also in a situation where we're looking at the potential and probable influx of about $90 million for ongoing flood mitigation efforts that need to get done, not to mention the forest restoration projects that we're hoping to get done. I certainly can see the need for an additional FTE. I don't want to get into the future of possibilities, but in terms of the request for one FTE for assistance on as presented and very specifically the job duties that are necessary for this position for the next 3 years, and then probably reevaluate and see where we are, certainly does make sense. And I appreciate the explanation that was done for showing that at least for the first year, it's going to cost $40,000, and so it's a reduction in what normally it would be. But I think that your position is well taken for this additional FTE. And certainly with the additional programs for flood mitigation, not to mention forest restoration, the need for communications and community relations, it's going to be great. We need to let the public know what's going on. And I think that it would be well served, the Flood Control District, to have someone there to assist your staff on that, Lucinda. So I am in supportive of it, even though we need to, make sure that we are being fiscally responsible, but I think it's necessary, and I support your request. Any other comments from board members?
Madam Chair, if I could, actually, let me defer to the Vice Chair and then I'll wait.
Vice Chair Vasquez.
Thank you. I know I've been quiet recently. I've just been not feeling great, but talking about flood mitigation, I felt like I had to at least say something. I wanted to just say thank you to the flood control staff, district staff, for all their hard work and the presentation that they gave us. It gives us hope. This is a long-term process, and it looks like we have the pieces to move forward to try to mitigate from the disastrous floods we've dealt with this summer, and hopefully we don't have to deal with it more in terms of other emergencies. But for right now, we got to deal with what we have placed in front of us. The one thing that I did want to mention is that when you first came to us with the flood control district ask, it was a total of over $150 million. It seems like we've in different ways accumulated or found ways to fund about 2/3 of what the big ask was for the long-term mitigation. And the piece that we're still missing is the transportation piece. And so, I'm hoping that will come through coming through in the future are highway upgrades, because we know we're doing the on-forest restoration and then the channels through the community. But if we don't fix the drainage on the highways, we're going to just send a whole bunch of water right to the highway, and that's going to be problematic. So, and in terms of these projects, it's very encouraging to know that we're so close to getting these projects funded the way we need to, and that some of these projects are already 90% plus finished. And I look forward to seeing what the next projects get finished. So thank you.
Thank you. And I'll just say that the water is going to the highway. It may either slow down or speed up depending upon what we do, and depending on the location, to be honest. But that it is an issue. And I actually had a meeting today scheduled with the state engineer to have that discussion. And when we moved up the meeting, we're going to reschedule that. But importantly, we understand they are finally going to culminate the agreement with their consultant this week and begin to move forward to do an assessment. We've asked them to prioritize the two corridors that we want to start work on this spring, assuming we get the funding. And, we're hopeful in the conversations we've had to date. There's a lot of damage to facilities within those areas of the highway. So we're hopeful that they will step up and use the emergency relief funding through DOT to address those problems, they and Department of Transportation. But we will need to work through that process. And we're also working on a state legislative ask for rural transportation support for both the 180 and the Highway 89 project as well. So there are definitely efforts underway to secure some form of funding to support that highway work.
Thank you. Yes, and they really do need to step up on this. These are state highways. I'm sorry. They're state highways. They need to do their job. We're doing ours.
Exactly. Absolutely.
All right. Other comments, questions, concerns? Yes, Supervisor Ryan.
Thank you, Madam Chair, and also thank you for the presentation. And we're putting it together right now. This is going to shift back and forth depending upon counting on the federal money, but we need to get the money here. And so if it doesn't come, we respond to that and it modifies the budget, what's happening associated with that. My assumption, normally we would have a line item for a reserve. And so that's one, we probably want to at least keep it in there. It might show zero associated with that until we can build into that perspective. We do have a lot of assumptions that were made that, I just stated. The money doesn't come in, we're going to modify what's happening. But it also is the same thing associated with if we do have an emergency that comes in. That how will we respond to it? How do we adapt our budgets associated with that? This is feeling better, and thank you for the additional work on it. As we progress and we get other pieces in there, fine tuning it. It's also helping us bring it down to it's not so nebulous. We're seeing the areas we need to focus, like the state. Can we get the state to come forward with an appropriation with the governor's budget as well for DFFM, which is important. So it's helping us in that way, and then we'll know where to pivot or who should be focused on which area and help out with that. As far as the staffing requests, we're doing a transition, as you had noted, Lucinda. A lot of this was embedded in public works. It's building that component for flood control, as well as we need the additional piece for everything that's coming in. And, I'll note, Chair, as you had noted, these are unique times. You don't get you don't usually get a federal allocation associated with that. So I'll swing over to you, Lucinda, just as I was saying to Siri. And what we did during the Great Recession, we actually were employing quite a bit and helping our community stay together with the Great Recession, with the money that came in. That multiplier effect, we probably want to just keep that in the back of our mind, that we note that to our audience, depending upon if it's the community or if it's our federal or state reps, just so they're aware of that. But the primary piece is we've had tremendous impact as emergencies. How can we adapt and modify and be able to respond? So I feel as though the package is coming together well. Sure, there will be fine tuning as we know the money comes in, and we can enhance it. So I support the intent of the staffing request. I know we have some in the future that we'll have to, as we take a look at the budget as well, and just make sure we're balanced well and do this. Is this working out? If it's not working out, bring it back to us. How should we respond to it? They're my comments. Thank you, Lucinda. Thank you, Steve, everybody out there.
Thank you.
Any other comments, members of the board? So, thank you so much. I know there's a lot of moving parts. There's, there's money coming in, there's money coming out, there are reimbursements, they're over various years. And I know I really appreciate your staff's efforts to really kind of narrow it down to some reality that we can face. So I appreciate that very much. Anything else, County Manager, that you'd like to add on this?
Not on this topic though, Madam Chair.
Lucinda, anything further? Otherwise, we have an action that we are being asked to take. We received a presentation update and discussion regarding the flood control district's current financial status. We have taken care of that. And we are asked, however, to take action on staffing needs with regards to supporting the implementation of the Schultz and Pipeline long-term flood mitigation projects by employing and improving a one-time full-time employee FTE to serve as the district's community relations manager for a 3-year time period. That is the request for action. Do I have a motion?
Madam Chair, I was waiting for Vice Chair to come up. I know we got both Vice Chair and Supervisor Fowler that are just hanging in there. Do you want to make that motion, Hieronymo?
Sure, so moved.
All right,
Okay.
Thank you, Vice Chair, and thank you for hanging in there with us. Do I have a second?
And I'll go ahead and second it, Madam Chair.
Thank you. We have a motion and a second to in fact approve a one full-time FTE to serve as the district's community relations manager for a 3-year time period. We have a motion and a second. All those in favor, please signify by saying aye. Aye.
Aye.
It is unanimous. So Lucinda, thank you very much for your presentation, and hopefully you'll be able to staff up the flood control district.
Thank you, board, and thank you, Sean and Jeremy. Really appreciate everybody's support with the effort. Thank you.
Thank you. All right, members of the board, we are now the flood control district, but we need to be the Board of Supervisors. Do I have a motion that we will resolve as the Board of Supervisors?
So moved.
A motion by Supervisor Ryan. Do I have a second? Second by Vice Chair Hieronymo Vasquez. All those in favor of resolving as the Board of Supervisors?
Aye.
Aye. Signify by saying aye. It is unanimous. What a surprise. And members of the board, we have already done our roundtable, but I am going to ask County Manager if he has anything additional before we adjourn.
No, Madam Chair, we will be rescheduling the Fort Ted Hill Park Management Plan for a shorter, upcoming board meeting.
Thank you so much. And to my colleagues, thank you so much for hanging in here this afternoon, especially two of my colleagues who are under the weather. This was certainly an important meeting, and really appreciate you being here and your input. With that, we can adjourn and we can continue to shovel. So thank you all.
Yeah, Lena, Geronimo, go to bed.
Except
Get some
for
sleep.
Lena and
Yeah.
Geronimo, you have a special dispensation not to shovel anymore.
Yeah.
Good night.
That's right. Good night. Take care, everybody. Thank you.